So yeah, here we are. We're starting out, and this is the second session that I've had so far with guests concerning accessibility. Graham was on previously, and we've got Todd with us this time. So go ahead and introduce yourselves, guys.
I'll take it away then. I'm Todd Libby. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I have been programming since, well, let's see, it's been 25 years. I started with Basic and Scheme. Let's see. And currently, throughout the 25 years, I've been an accessibility advocate and engineer. Um, and I currently, for the past 3 years, I'm with the W3C. It's the standards body for accessibility as a invited expert, but the jury's out on that one. Um, let's see what else. I've been programming since I was 9, so geez, it's been over 40 years. I just, I love doing it. And let's see what else. That's pretty much it. A former chef. So
Hmm.
yeah, executive head chef.
Nice. What type of cuisine?
It was New American
Okay, cool.
barbecue.
Yeah, awesome. Sounds delicious. Yeah, I've worked in kitchens as well back when I was a snowboard bum, so makes sense.
I think at some point most programmers have worked in a kitchen, and it shows. And I can tell who.
I think there's like it's even from like a certain generation though, but there are a lot more people who are like kind of getting like later into the like getting into the career later in their life, like through 100 devs and a lot of those things, which kind of like opens that back up more. I feel like for a long time though, I met a lot of engineers that they just came up through college and stuff and didn't really work that much in other types of jobs. So I don't know. It's nice that it's coming back as like a popular thing.
Well, as
No,
a
barbecue is not considered New American.
as a non-chef, that Todd probably already knew that because he can sniff the non-chefs out. Um, I've been a developer for pushing 15 years now. Been in accessibility for 10 of those. Ran a business that was basically e-commerce, fixing accessibility and performance issues on the site. Then I forayed off into a bit of marketing when I worked at Daily Dev, and currently I am thoroughly unemployed. But
Fun employed. Sorry.
yes. But as Chris was showing, I am working on something in not so quietly in the background, trying to do accessibility as a service because I think the timing's right for it. And the fun thing is, I won't let Todd look at that site because it's about 90% of the way there, but there's still a couple of things that make me cry on it. Don't worry, Todd. It does have all the prefers reduced motion and everything. I'm getting there, but it was a template, so templates are always horrendous for accessibility. But yeah, so that's what I'm currently up to, and I'm really looking forward to this because in the background, Todd and I are also working on something else. I don't know if we are or aren't going to speak about it on stream. Hopefully, we'll touch on it.
You're welcome to.
And it should be an interesting project. I'll let Todd introduce it because yeah, we kind of both realised we wanted to work on the same thing at the same time. So we're going to join forces and hopefully recruit some other people into it.
Yeah, I mean, would you like to dig into it now or save it for later? What do you guys feel?
I'm up for chat. I don't think we have anything yet on. Yeah, we can chat about it.
Sure.
I, Graham, if you're all right with it, I'm all right with it.
Yeah, well, let's go. It's super simple. Go on,
So
Todd.
yeah, the TLDR is this. If anybody knows anything about looking up accessibility on the WCAG guidelines, it is a very technical manual. It is written by people that are technical writers, and we want to, and hopefully soon we'll start being able to get a site up that is a resource for developers, designers, and everybody in between in an organization that will help them understand it easily using clear language, plain language. Just here's what this is, here's what this means, and a bunch of other stuff. Do this, don't do this. This is a good example, this is a bad example. Um, and hopefully it will become something of sort of like a handbook for people to say, hey, I can go here and I can understand this easily than going through all that you're scrolling through right now
Mm-hmm.
because it that's almost like reading terms and conditions of an app or a website or this or that. So
Yeah,
um,
the old joke from like Beetlejuice is like it reads like stereo instructions.
exactly. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Is just a resource site, make it nice and simple to understand and to implement accessibility. People can get more into accessibility and learn accessibility easily from this resource site.
Yeah, that sounds great. Just even something as simple as I'm trying to think of a good example, like maybe like the Astro site, how they have their search kind of set up in their docs. Something as simple as that, where you type into here, like get whatever, and it starts giving you some nice search. Like you can just like find everything you need in a quick, hey, what about this thing? Which you're not going to get on that giant, super long document very well.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's one
Um,
last sort of aspect. Oh, I'll go on, Todd.
well, I just wanted to add that hopefully in a few, I'm hoping with the hope of a small child here that in a few years when WCAG 3 comes out, which I'm working on with a bunch of other people um, in the W3C, it's going to be easily understood better than the 2.0 guidelines or the 2.x guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we have 2.0, 2.1, 2.2,
Yep.
all backwards compatible. So with 3, we hope to introduce clear language, plain language, a lot easier for people to understand. That's later down the road. So what Graham and I want to do is here's what this is right now. Hey, you can you can easily understand this. Here's the tools to do it.
So here's a question. What is typically added or changed about the guidelines when going from like 2.0 to 2.1 to 2.2? Without getting into too many of the details, but just more in like a general way.
If you Graham, I'll let you chime in. I just want to say being in a W3C meeting is like being at a family reunion where you hate all your relatives, but then again, you like a lot of them. So it's one of those deals.
So it's exactly like a family reunion. Cool.
Exactly, yeah.
I've never had the privilege, but I've heard second-hand horror stories, so I'm kind of glad I never ended up there. There's two things I want to add to what Todd said. One is, it's not W3C's fault in a lot of ways that it's so complex to understand. What Todd and I are going for is 90%. We're not going to cover every single edge case, but for 95% of scenarios you come over, it will work for you the way that we're going to structure it. So that's why the language is so verbose and complex and everything. It's not the fault of the people who wrote the thing, although there are stories of the committee having very long discussions over a single word, which is a bit excessive, but that's the reason. Yeah. So that's the reason why it's so complicated. So we're hoping that we can move the needle, and then the last 5% is where you might need to dig in the docs. But hopefully by that point you understand what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the problems with the WCAG, I wrote an article once that was 2,000 words, which is a placeholder sufficient for an input? Now, every single accessibility person in the world will be screaming, no, it isn't. But I've yet to find something in WCAG that actually says it isn't sufficient.
Really?
I went round every single thing. So this is the problem with it. It's trying to cover so much, so that's what we're trying to fix.
Mm-hmm.
And excuse me, because I've got an alarm just to check that I don't burn my chicken. Um, what was the other thing we were saying? And then, yeah, I can't remember. What was the thing that you asked just then? I've completely forgotten.
So my main question was like basically what changed between 2.0 and 2.1 and then 2.1 to 2.2 without like listing every change, but like what is changing between these things that they need versions?
So sometimes they add new criterion. So basically, criterion are there are like with the 2.2 there's 88 sets of guidance, different sort of things to look for and look at. So new ones are added. Some are taken away. I was quite surprised. I'd completely missed the fact that they've got rid of the being able to parse HTML in 2.2,
Hmm.
which was an interesting change. I thought parsing HTML and correct HTML was quite an important part, but I'm sure Todd has some good insight on why that was removed. So yeah, it tends to be, and then there's adjustments like there's a criterion of like tap target size, which keeps evolving and changing. And ironically, this time I believe we're going to smaller rather than larger, which I also found very strange. But so it's stuff like that. Each of
Hmm.
these rules, they're not rules, they are guidelines, gets updated or things get added. I
Okay.
think that's the simplest way to say what changes between at least 2 to 2.2. Todd might have a clue what happened between 1 and 2 because that's before my world, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, like speaking about touch targets, like I'd always heard 40 pixels, big enough for most people to click on a mobile device, but I'm guessing that's changing, and I need to keep up to date with that. So I hadn't even thought about that changing.
Yeah, between 1.0 and 2.0, it was just the addition. Originally, so you have, let me preface this by saying you have four, um, the word's escaping me now. You have perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Those four concepts of accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
There was another one, a fifth one, which I'm blanking on right now. That was removed, and there were guidelines taken out. There were guidelines added. There were a lot of guidelines added between 1 and 2 because I think in the beginning 1.0 had maybe like 30 to 40 of them, and
Mm-hmm.
then it jumped to 60 or 70. And then,
Hmm.
yeah, it's just the removal of parsing was the only removal that I remember since 1.0, between 1.0 and 2.0. That being because there are other, when you have, anybody can go in and they can validate their HTML through the validator or any validator. But other guidelines are also affected by what, how you're coding. Okay. So there was that that was the impetus behind the removal of 4.11, and that was argued for quite a while actually. So basically between versions, it's just the additions of success criteria. um, so between 2.1 and 2.2, you have 9 new success criteria. 8 have to do with mobile.
Hmm. Okay. Cool.
So steps are being taken to address mobile more, um, because obviously of the landscape changing with different device viewports. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Is, you know success criteria are added.
Mm-hmm. And rarely removed.
Yeah, rarely is it
Okay.
removed.
Cool. That makes sense. So, is there a Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's alright. I was going to be silly. Go on.
Oh, silly's great.
I was going to test Todd. I was going to go, so Todd, can you explain what a CSS pixel is to everybody, please? So, so within the guidelines, CSS pixels are mentioned often. So one time I decided to dig to see what the hell that actually was, and it's a very complicated. It's not that complicated, but it's very overly complicated, like distance from the screen, resolution, and you just sat there going, "Wow, this is really a little bit too hard to take in."
Too
I'm waiting
specific.
for one person to go, "I know how to explain that."
Right. Okay. Um, and you kind of nodded your head when Graham mentioned that you had an insight into why the HTML no longer needs to be like validatable. Is there reasons for that?
It's not that it doesn't need to be validated. People should validate their HTML.
Okay.
Most definitely. And I believe you can do that through an extension in VS Code, but don't quote me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why parsing was removed is because it's basically saying this tag, this element, this HTML element needs to have a closing tag. So if you miss the closing tag, that's why you get an accessibility error.
Hmm.
But when you do, other criteria are also affected at the same time. So you can have a label and it's missing, maybe that's a bad example, but you can have an element, it's missing the closing tag, but that could affect non-text content. It could affect headings and labels. It could affect info and relationships. So there are other places where you can say this fails info and relationships, so you don't need to fail it in parsing. So that's why parsing was removed.
Okay. I think that makes sense. It's almost like a separation of concerns at that point.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thanks. That helps. And is this the extension, the HTML-validate? Or was there a different one you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So yeah, thanks, Graham, for
Felt like
grabbing that.
subscribe, Todd. Every time you're mentioning things, I'm adding it to the chat.
Yep. It's great. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, cool. So when you were mentioning mobile, I actually had a thought. Does WCAG care about actual like navigation hierarchy and how the back buttons are supposed to work and what they do in that way, or is that more of a platform concern?
That's more of a platform.
Okay, I was just curious, just trying to wonder.
This is where WCAG becomes amazing, because Todd's like, it's kind of platform. I'm like, yeah, but it is covered, because if you interfere with the navigation, then that's covered under, and I can't think of the success criterion, but it will be covered somewhere. So it's like a web of things.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing was, we're trying to make WCAG easy to understand, but there's also a myth that accessibility is hard, and it actually isn't. It's just very broad, and you need to hold many things in your head at once when considering any item on a page.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more a shallow but wide subject, is the way I always like to look at it, where once you've got your head around most of these criterion, you can probably code most stuff. But there's just lots and lots of little bits. So that's why we're working on this, because that's too hard to consume. We're hoping to just make it a little bit easier. And then the ultimate goal is to have it on a component level as well, because you don't tend to think in WCAG anyway. You tend to think in, I need to build a date picker or a calendar. So it's kind of like, okay, what things apply at that point? But, that's probably, 10 years down the line, Todd? I don't know. Depends how fast we start working. But
I'm hopefully going to be retired by then.
There you go. Then it can be someone else's problem. I like that.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. And yeah, thank you for linking that section. I think I found it at about the same time, but yeah, it actually is kind of like related and covered a bit. So pretty cool, actually. And basically, yeah, the same relative order. Like some of these things have their own definitions that you got to go and like look up in relation to the definition they give you.
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
excuse me for being on my phone, but I think this will make you chuckle. So my fiance is in the other room. Chicken's done. So I've just messaged her to say, have you taken the chicken out of the oven? Because if not, I need to run out of the room quickly before it burns.
Yep, no worries. Totally fine. We are not pressed for time. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, thanks for sharing that. Do you need to run out of the room?
I've not had a reply yet. We'll give it 5 minutes and then we'll see if I need to go and run and take the job.
Okay, cool. Is there anything you wanted to specifically cover about totally.dev for a bit? Or should we just jump around and maybe cover it in a bit? Up to you.
Yeah, I don't know what there is to cover yet, because even like the pricing and stuff, I've been sort of discussing with a few people, Todd included, trying to get the pricing in the right area. I think I need a smaller offering. I don't know. I'm trying to get it's not quite fully formed in terms of exactly how much to charge people. I know what I'll be offering, but that's the hardest part.
Right.
Is always pitching it at the right place where companies can afford. I think it seems about right, but I don't know. So it's it's not formed enough yet where I think we can have a strong conversation about that. And I'd rather get on with the meat of the show, which is we're going to go and do some accessibility stuff. And
Sure.
I believe we're going to be auditing. Oh gosh, I've blanked.
Vexilla is the name, so it's fine. Not a big deal. It's a mouthful. Yeah, so let me get some of that set up real quick then. I need to get iTerm going. I was going to think maybe we dig into the website itself first, like the marketing site, and then the app. You definitely expressed some major concerns with how we did some of those components on the app, and I haven't had a chance to really work on those enough yet. So I'm thinking the website will be a simpler one at first, and then given time, we can jump into other stuff.
Is it open source or is it closed source, by the way?
Open source. Fully open source.
Super. So hopefully we can get a couple of issues raised while we're on stream then.
Yeah, I will give you guys the link. Oh, wrong one. There you go. Yeah, so links in chat there. Right, any issues we can go for. I was going to plan on just knocking out and fixing a few of the marketing site ones if we can figure it out. That should be running locally. So let's go look at it. Okay, so when you get to a marketing site like this, and I almost copied and pasted this link. That would not work for you because it's localhost. Brain fart real quick. But yeah, like what is one of the first things you would look for on this site, right? Just first thing jumping out to you.
Ooh, interesting. Because my gut reaction is to do what I call the tab test, but I'd love to see what Todd has to say of what he looked at first.
I tab through, see if you have
Right,
focus
we're on the same
indicators.
page.
All right, so it looks like focus indicators are off by default, and I did not re-enable them. So I'm going to have to do that automatically. So that should be an easy fix. Let me find it. So I think I just want to do it in some global styling. Let's see, star. Go ahead.
The thing that really gets me and is a good portion of why I have gray hair is when I look at the CSS during an audit and I see that the outline, they use the star hack and then they do outline 0, which
Right.
means it's shut off on the everywhere. Please do not do that. People that have low vision and use the keyboard for navigation, you really need that focus indicator.
I was just chuckling away as you were talking then, Todd, because I noticed that Chris had missed the focus. I thought this will be interesting.
We'll see it. It's fine. So yeah, we've got an indicator. And we did have some of it there. But should I make it bigger, thicker?
Yeah, one trick here is you can also use outline offset, which is really useful a lot of the times to make it more clear. I don't know, start at 3 pixels, I've no idea. It's kind of, you have to judge it on your own side. Sort of.
Sure.
But that tends to help a lot because it's not squashed up against elements.
Yeah,
So now,
anything over 2 is good.
okay.
2 pixels.
So So yeah, now it's looking better. Some of the other things already had some highlight to them, like these buttons. That's not a great highlight on the theme selector there, huh? Right, so it's a little hard to see. I can zoom in a bit too. It's really adding like a black border, and it does change something, but it's not immediately obvious.
As long as your contrast is over 3:1 for the ratio, that's fine.
Okay.
I would say you're good. If also too the size changes on something, that's what some people call sufficient. But the size change should also come with a focus indicator as well. Something that is visible to the user with low vision.
Makes sense. Yeah, so... Go ahead.
Oh, you don't want to rely on use of color only.
Right, exactly. Due to color blindness and all sorts of stuff. Here's my question then. How do you guys feel about theme selectors then? Should it be just one button that toggles things, or is having the dark button and the light button next to each other the preferred way, or does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is if you have two buttons, you need to be able to tell what state each one is in currently. So that's where we'd get the inspect out and check that it has some sort of label to say, for screen reader users, hey, this is currently selected, which would probably be Araya pressed, or it could be the actual content of the button, depending on what we've done it.
Okay.
I'm seeing that says set light mode. We got one that says set dark mode.
Yep, we do have those as far as a span that's SR only within the button.
So yeah, so what you're missing on there is you need a
selected state, like the Aria pressed.
Is Araya pressed? I always have to look it up. I'm trying to think what it'd be, but we need to display state somehow. The other way is you could change the button text to actually, via JavaScript.
Okay.
This is the thing, everybody. Like, you can't remember all the array, you just have to know what to look for.
Yeah. Yeah, let's double check it. Let's look.
Try for array pressed and see if that comes up. I think it's pressed.
I do see pressed right there. Yep. Would active, if that's there, be a thing?
It's not a toggle then, so it's even harder, isn't it, I suppose? But see, this is the fun part. This is where you have to start thinking. If you had Araya pressed on a button and then you clicked it, yes, it would be fine. So what we need is a little bit of JS somewhere.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I can get that going, no problem. I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way.
Toggle Araya pressed on whatever's currently active, and then you would either remove the attribute or change it to Araya pressed equals false instead of equals true on the one that's inactive. I think that would work, Todd. You reckon? Never get two accessibility people on a call because you're going to have different ideas about how to fix each thing.
Well, you could also use the HTML5 checked attribute.
There's also ARIA checked as well. Should you opt for the standard instead of the ARIA tag, though, in that case?
If you go checked, we have to expose it as role equals checkbox, and then it gets really complicated.
Because we are doing a button that has role, or that is a button, right?
Or am I wrong, Todd? I love how Todd's face makes me feel.
You actually don't need that role.
The checkbox role? If we were going to do the checked?
Correct.
Oh, interesting.
See, now Todd and I are arguing, and it's so funny.
That's fine.
I'm now looking at it, and it's going, yeah, it's got to have the role checkbox, menu items checkbox, menu item radio, option radio, or switch. Those are the only options where the roles where it works. Can't use it directly on a button.
Okay.
We're gonna spend the whole stream on one button.
If it's a button, yes.
Okay. So I'm using buttons for this right now. So I'm guessing pressed probably makes the most sense.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we've got Aria pressed true for the one that's true and false for the one that's false. If we were to toggle that, we now see it updated. So I think that works.
Not perfect, but I don't know. I'll give it a 7.5, 8 out of 10. What do you reckon?
I think it works.
It works.
Okay.
Love it. Love it. So, did you change the focus indicator on that while we weren't looking? Because all of a sudden that was really visible when you had the toggle button focus.
So it's only when I've got it clicked into it, which means it's using like a focus within, maybe? I don't know. There's something off there.
Your outline isn't working there. That's somewhere else on the components because outlines aren't round. Outlines are never round. That's using a border radius or a box shadow on that. So that is being controlled elsewhere with a more specific selector.
Okay, interesting. Let me see about this real quick. So if I were to... That's the focus on the whole thing. And... So it does look like that blue right there is kicking in. So that blue is right. So yeah, we do have a border radius for outline. Because that is what's happening right there.
Questioning everything I know about web development in the space of 15 minutes on this stream. I might have to leave before I get upset with myself.
It's fine. All right, so let me check a couple of these. So it's the focus there. Oh, and I undid that. Okay, so let me untoggle that one again. Untoggle that again. All right, and this one, if we focus it. Okay, so it looks like...
I've given up.
Yeah, so it is a border radius that's kicking in for both of those. So, yeah, cool. Good stuff. So it's only for elements that actually have a border radius set, though, right? For all these other elements that I don't have a border radius on, then it's just going to be the square. So it looks like outline actually does take into account border radius, which is new to me. I didn't know that.
Like I said, I'm going to go off and cry in a corner for a couple of minutes and then I'll start talking again.
It's fine. The world's changing and it's awesome. Okay, so looks like I've still got some focus stuff for these buttons because they are not taking an outline now, which is interesting. So if I were to focus it, focus outline none focus, that is a weird one. And that is coming from ShadCN, I think. Yeah, focus outline none, which I'm going to get rid of. So that's inside of ShadCN, which is kind of annoying that that's part of their defaults. But we can fix it.
Surprising because it's actually one of the better libraries for accessibility, so that's an interesting one to perhaps. I'm going to make a note of that and perhaps raise an issue around it.
Yeah, I think they'd probably welcome that type of fix. Now I just need to find it though.
Yeah, I'll let you handle that, Graham. Last week's accessibility brouhaha on Twitter took the wind right out of my sails.
Yeah, well, as I ended up being part of the pylon when I didn't intend to and got some very very harsh results, I'm just going to also be a little bit ginger for a few days when I step into any conversations.
All right, so something about this button is just no good. I'm wondering if I did that.
It's still got the focus outline non.
Yeah.
For some reason.
But it should not have it because I thought I got rid of it in the only place I could see it here. So Now I need to look and see what's going on. And I think I know exactly what's going on there. Yeah. That was part of some boilerplate from a totally different thing. So that might have been okay, and that was me mistaking where that change came from. Because some of that marketing page is left over from stuff I copied from a thing called tail blocks, which hard-coded some of that stuff, I'm pretty sure. So let's just go and look at one of these sections. And there it is, focus outline none. So I probably need to remove that everywhere.
Yeah, I can't think of a good reason unless you're deciding to do it with like border radiuses to do pretty animations or something like that to have that on anything. So
Yeah, I don't think I want it on anything either. So that was just part of their default. So it wasn't ShadCN that did it. Keep that in mind. So not blaming ShadCN.
like I said, it's pretty good for accessibility. So that did surprise me at the time.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like ShadCN does use it for certain things, but I bet they're re-adding it to other things.
Literally the next item I saw it after we'd said it has a focus indicator 1 or something as a
Perfect.
CSS attribute.
Okay, so I just need to make sure I get rid of it from here and here. Not the stuff in UI, and these old ones in docs old we don't worry about. So it was just a couple more places. Cool. Boom, there we go.
The interesting one where I noticed guides was actually receiving a focus indicator there, one of the headings in your footer.
Because it is a full link, right? But all of them are not full links. So this one goes to like the broader, just general guides page, which is actually linked wrong right now, but it's meant to actually link somewhere. Oh, go ahead.
This isn't an accessibility issue, but just as a general sort of like thing like that, I would say because they look like headings, I would say that's slightly confusing. Where I would imagine that I wouldn't click on them, and people may never.
So part of the problem is that they're already duplicated. So this up here in the header is the same link as that header there, right? So they're the same exact link. They're just in the footer. So I'm not sure if it's that big a deal.
Okay.
But at least, like, you know, in a lot of cases, the footer ends up feeling like a bit of a sitemap. So I do kind of feel okay duplicating that link. Okay, just double checking. But yeah. So far, seems okay.
Yeah. Interesting one though, because that site's very simple, but you've jumped onto your docs. Let's do a tab test here, because there's something I'll look for here I wouldn't look on your other side. If you go straight into URL bar at the top, and then tab into the page.
Interesting. So, looks like my mobile menu is intercepting some tabs, even though it's not showing. So I need to conditionally hide that based upon screen size, right?
Yeah, so it wasn't even what I was looking for, ironically, but yes, definitely, that's a big one.
Okay. So, to fix that one, at what point would it make, like, what would be the good fix for that? Like, ARIA hidden, but only at certain breakpoints?
No, not ARIA hidden, because all that does is hide it from a screen reader. It'll still be focusable.
Oh, okay.
So, literally, I would use a CSS media query at whatever size the page turns into desktop, and do display none on the whole thing, and then it's completely hidden.
Okay, that's easy enough.
You can't get to it ever then.
Okay. Let me do that real quick.
I'm just watching Todd's face. He's nodding. I'm happy. It's okay. This is my little sort of like, if Todd nods, I'm all right. If Todd doesn't nod, okay, right.
I will say the first rule of ARIA Fight Club is do not use ARIA unless you really have to use ARIA.
Okay. Let me find the spot in my layout that I'm doing that. here we go. So, it is this menu, and we just want to do, trying to remember what size we do that at. I gotta go look at the button, because that will tell me. As for those, so it looks like at medium is where it kicks in. So MD hidden is what we would need there. Oop. What did I just do? Okay, never mind. Astro was upset for a second, and now it's not. So next up, if I could do this. So there's a couple things that we tabbed through, and I think that's because I may have not hidden something else. Let me double check where that is.
So I just did, here's where Graham is all over the web. So I just did a search for hide mobile menu from tab via accessibility. And I get to Stack Exchange. And Graham is on Stack Exchange schooling people.
Nice.
Graham, bravo, because
There we go. I'm redeemed for my outlines fluff now. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, so we got MD hidden on this one. That's as we expect it. In my header here,
Are you sure that it was something focused on not just a couple of extra things from your URL bar before you tabbed into the page?
ooh, I don't see anything focused in my URL bar, and it... Maybe that's it?
So, I tell you what we can do that will probably make this super easy. Let's open up the accessibility tree, because we'll be able to see then if there's something that shouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have to switch this on. I can't remember if we switched it on last time.
I think we
It'll be
did
switched on.
somewhere.
So I'm pointing at the screen. I did it last time.
Yeah, it's all right.
On the left-hand side, there's a little person with their arms outstretched.
There it is.
Right
Yes.
corner of it. There we go. So this is like the accessibility tree. So we can have a look in this and see if there is anything that's actually focusable that shouldn't be.
So our checkbox is focusable, right? And it shouldn't be there because it's a mobile-only thing. So I need to make that MD hidden as well. So I'm using the checkbox hack for my mobile menus. How do you guys feel about the checkbox hack?
it works.
Okay. Just double checking. Wanted to make sure.
I'm 25 years, get a little bit on the lazy side.
Sure. Just, yeah, I'm okay with it.
There's one thing while you're on it, though, I'd love to add to that, which is,
Sure.
I know we say only use Araya when you need Araya, but Araya owns equals and an ID of the menu that pops open would be amazing there, because that puts the relationship in place.
Okay. And I don't have an ID on this yet, so I probably should.
No, you'd have to give it one.
Do I need the ampersand when I do this?
No,
Or-
no, you don't.
okay.
It only works with IDs, so.
Okay, cool. Awesome. That was a good, quick, and easy fix.
So we got a question in the chat. How do you pronounce it, Aria? Because Graham, you say tomato and I say tomato.
Okay.
So, it's so funny you say that, because last time Chris and I were streaming, I was there going, Aria, Araya, Aria, however you want to say the damn thing. So I just pick away now.
And I just do whatever other people are saying. So, yep. I can adapt to whatever someone's saying in the conversation.
It's
What's our
whatever
preferred? I will switch to whatever everyone's preferred version is for today.
whatever you want. It's just like WCAG. I pronounce it WCAG. I hear 30 different pronunciations of WCAG. Whatever you want.
So, I mean, Charlie, It's an interesting point. Acronyms are meant to be pronounced as a word, so pronunciation is actually kind of a thing. Whereas if it was just the letters, it's an initialism, and who cares? So the key is acronyms actually do have pronunciation. Is it NASA or NASA? It's NASA.
Exactly. And sometimes acronyms are not accessible.
That's a great point too. What is there a way to do that properly for screen readers? If I'm doing, acronyms, should I be doing it as the lowercase in the text and then using CSS to like uppercase it? No.
No.
Okay.
What I do is I will type out the entire word for whatever the acronym is. Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, parentheses, WCAG.
Okay. Right, standard technical writing problem. And then later when you're doing the WCAG, they know what the reference was, so you're set.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. Cool. Exactly. Sequel, squeal, squirrel, whatever you want to call it.
Honestly, I'm on a campaign around the world. Someone said it once, I was like, yes, that's how I'm going to say it going forward. It's my squirrel, not my sequel, not my SQL, my squirrel.
Sure.
Yeah, there's one other thing on abbreviations. Todd's way is certainly the best way to do it, but you can also use the abbreviation element, at least for screen readers. That is very useful.
Okay.
But also still type the whole thing out afterwards. The only reason being it can switch it to understand occasionally. It's hit and miss. We had this discussion, Todd and I was saying we need to build something that, like, when you have an abbreviation, it automatically finds it and links to a glossary. Like, that would be the way to do it.
And that sounds like it should be like a browser feature or like a screen reader feature at that point, right?
Oh, we're not going to look. Todd's on the W3C committee. We're not going to tell the browser what to do.
Right.
More hellish, to be honest.
Sure.
Let's not make any more work for me than I already have.
Okay. It's a recommendation, not a requirement. Again, it gets fuzzy. So yeah, just having fun. Okay. So it looks like there's still one thing kind of in between, and I don't see what it is. If I hit space or enter on it, nothing happens. So I've got something getting focused in the meantime that's not ideal. Is it maybe like the whole web area, since like that is focusable?
Why is that showing us focus? I've never checked that actually, because it's never been a thing. Is the whole thing showing us focusable normally? I'll have a look somewhere else while we...
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know.
It should be. So basically what I do with my site is I put, and this was just a shortcut. I don't recommend people doing this this way. I put a tab index of -1 on the main element on my personal site.
Okay. Is there a better way, or is it just is it good enough? It works.
Again, it works, but caveat, I think there is another way that is much better, but I'd have to look that up. But yeah, if you choose the quickest way between point A and point B, the tab index is -1.
Okay. I don't mind doing that.
I've just discovered something that I never realized before in my life. I must just automatically tab past it. If you have developer tools open, it adds focusable to the whole document. If you have it closed, it won't.
Really?
I knew that before. Yeah, so if you tab now...
And yeah, it goes straight to it. Oh!
I don't know whether it's because the tool we're using, the accessibility tree, is very experimental. So I don't know if it's just when that's active.
Nope. Oh, maybe I'd have to turn it off. Hold on. Because I had to turn on the feature for it, right? If I turn it off, does it still interfere? Yeah.
I never knew that before. That's blown my mind a little bit. I must just tab past it without even thinking.
Okay. I think that's worth kind of double checking, right? I forget where we did that.
If you want an issue to raise, being able to raise one for Google Chrome, there's a feather in the cap, isn't there, you know?
Yeah.
I found a Google Chrome issue today.
Where do I even do that? it settings?
Yeah, so it's settings, accessibility. You had the screen up.
Okay, okay.
And then experiments. Sorry, it's under.
Okay.
And then there's if you filter using the box at the top to accessibility.
Cool. Yeah. So let's try this
For
real
anyone
quick.
who's listening, that's how you switch that accessibility tree thing on, because it's not on by default in your browser. So if you wanted to use that, you have to switch it on, it's a beta feature, but it's pretty good at the moment, so it's usable.
Okay, so it's when DevTools are open no matter what, whether you have the accessibility tree there or not.
Right, so after this stream, I'm going to go and find one with no extensions, just in case it's an extension we all happen to have running.
Sure.
See if it is actually a Chrome thing, and if so, hey, my first ever bug report for Google Chrome. Wow.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
So you can also use the inert attribute on your content. So if you got a main element, you can use inert on that.
Okay.
That should remove that focus.
And that definitely doesn't apply to like children, right? It's only just that element? Okay. Now, I'm wondering, is it happening on the HTML or the body element, typically?
It's actually on the HTML element. It actually says, if you go back to the accessibility tree, it actually said what was focusable in there. Very first thing, root web area, focusable true.
Right.
So that shouldn't be focusable, basically.
Right. I'm just double checking, like, are we sure that's not the body? Like, I'm not really sure, like, what root web area is truly defined as. So if it is the HTML, cool, that's easy. And is it ARIA inert?
No. So tab index -1, magic trick.
Okay.
So that's basically tab index -1's designed for being able to programmatically assign focus to something, but also it removes focus from things as well. It's like a double win. So it's focusable. Yeah,
so I'm wondering if maybe it's on the body.
It might not even be an element that even exists. It might be literally like a holder outside it all that we have no control over.
That's possible too.
Tab index -1 also makes an element focusable via JavaScript.
Okay.
Click tab.
So yeah, it looks like we can't fix that, but because it's just a DevTools thing, it's not actually impacting the site in a negative way. So I think we're good. Cool.
Interesting, nevertheless. Today I learned two things. One, I don't know how outline works, and two, DevTools adds random focus.
Yeah.
The thing that we were looking for, I'm sure Todd knows exactly what I was looking for when we tabbed into this page with so many links.
Like a skip link? Okay.
Oh, yes. On something like this page, it's essential because look how many, well, try it. See how many tab stops you get to before you get to your content.
It's a lot. Yeah. Okay. So, I am not so good about skip links. What's the proper way of implementing them?
Fire away, Todd. I've spoken a lot.
Go to my website and you'll see how it's implemented there.
Okay. That's a great way. All right. So, skip to content right there, and it's just linking directly to your main like body element or whatever. Okay, cool.
But the other thing is, notice how it's hidden, and it only appears if you tab into Todd's page. So if you tab into Todd's site, it will pop up magically.
Okay.
So we have to do a little bit of CSS trickery. Very simple stuff, but still.
Aha. Okay, so then if I go look at it...
What's that?
Your skip link looked broken then.
It might be my Zoom that's messing with it.
It probably is.
Yeah, so if you are at like a smaller breakpoint where you don't have as much, sidebar, then the skip content button is kind of taken off screen.
Read the fine print at the top, Graham.
It's
Sorry,
in
it's
progress.
work in progress. I see it. Sorry. It's alright. I'm now questioning. Do I even have skip links on my totally site? And the answer is no, Todd. So I can't pass judgment.
Ooh, all right. See, there it is. Yep.
But I only have 3 things in the menu. To be fair, Todd, you could get away with it too.
I could.
Okay, cool. So let's implement a skip link. First, let me think about how we want to label this element. And yeah, I think main makes sense, but it's going to be different depending on which layout I'm doing.
So for clarity, it doesn't matter what the hell you do there, because that's an ID that it's referencing. So you can call the ID whatever you want. That's not exposed in any way, shape, or form.
Yep. Yeah, I want to do it in a way that I'm able to remember at least, too, though.
Good luck, because I never remember 2 weeks later when I name things.
Right. Okay, so I got my common documentation page. This is where the sidebar is, so we want to be able to skip over that, and the main stuff is popping into here. Cool. I don't think I actually have a main section in here.
Do something important. I don't
Sure.
see an actual main element.
Yeah, I was just saying I need to add a main element. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, we're on the same page.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I have a bunch of these layouts, and I want to make sure I'm doing it in the right place. That's the first thing.
And developers, don't be afraid of that main element.
I typically do one, but yeah, because we have different layouts, I may have missed it this time.
I mean, you have your cases where you're not going to use main element like mobile, but yeah, don't be afraid of that main element.
Okay, yeah, so what I'm thinking is, it's this one right here. And that's in our common documentation layout. But I don't have a good place. Hold on, let me think about how I'm doing this. Because on documentation, we've got the sidebar. On main pages that don't have a sidebar and they're not like a special layout, I would want to have like a main there, but I don't want to have to replace that on every page, right? But really, there's only 2 pages I'd be doing that on. So it's not a big deal yet. As we add to these, though, I may want to create like a duplicate layout for just like a single page.
So on these other pages, is this what we're looking at now? Is this the base layout?
So no, this is the home page, which actually does have a main, right? And that's what I was getting at. So individually on these pages, I could totally add a main and we're good, right? But I don't want to do it on every page because that gets unmaintainable as the site grows, right? So I'm thinking that I may end up needing a whole separate layout.
I'm a little confused. Which layout are you importing on this page?
So this is the core main layout, but the problem is the common documentation layout actually consumes the main layout as well, or I thought it did. Oh, hold on. Let me double check that now. Okay, so there's the main page. There's that layout. Then here, embedded within it, oh, that's the guides. That's misleading. Let me double check. Do I have a main in here? So I've got the wrapping layout that does a lot of my like header stuff and a lot of that junk and like the, you know, the top header, the head element and some of that stuff. And then I have the documentation layout that's taking care of what goes into like the main section versus what's in the sidebar, because I don't want to duplicate the sidebar in a lot of places. So this is where it's inconsistent about what is main and what isn't from layout to layout. And the problem is reusing the base layout too much, I think. So I may want to have like an intermediate layout I start calling somewhere. I don't need to worry about that now. I think for now we can just add the main as we need, and it should be okay.
The thing that I usually end up telling developers is this. You have a div and that has no semantic meaning, which means screen readers don't care.
Right.
If you have have a landmark, main, header, footer, aside, nav, so and so. Screen readers care. Those are those landmarks that when a screen reader user goes through the site and it's being read back to them, it's being read back to them like a table of contents in a book.
Right. Makes sense.
Section is another one, yes.
Yeah.
Use a section over the article element.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
For something like this that's a main, and we don't have that much, is a section even that valid or useful, right? Do you need a section all the time? Okay.
not really.
That's what I was kind of like double
I was
checking.
going to say, you've got an added bonus here, which is you have a div class equals pros.lg and everything. Make that a main. Main has no structure to it whatsoever. It acts like a div from a perspective of styling and everything else. It's just got semantic meaning. So instead of having a separate main, just make that the main.
Okay. I can see that. The reason I don't necessarily like that is because this is almost more like just a style element at this point.
Which is fine. The point is you're using that div just for styling. It has no semantic meaning. So you can style the main. So you get both in one place basically. They're like two separate concerns.
Okay. The reason I have them somewhat styled separately, though, is if we go to one of these pages, such as getting started, if I can get there. Did I kill the server? Okay. The section that you're looking at that's like styled is this like center like prose thing. But there's also stuff that would be part of main, like this like next steps part, like this core concepts button. So I'd want that to be outside of that like styled smaller section, but it's still part of the main page, right? So that's the main reason why like the prose is purely for like text that people need to read, but I also have other things that may be in that page that should still be part of the main, in my opinion. So I don't know. That's the trickier part there. And yeah, we just got a raid from Joshua K. Goldberg real quick. Let's shout him out. What's up, Joshua? Do you guys know Josh at all from conferences and stuff? He's a great dude. Really good at karaoke.
Sending me pictures of lobster rolls on Twitter.
There you go. Nice. What were you up to today, Josh? No mouse days. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. I'm pretty reliant upon the mouse, but I should practice.
I'd challenge anybody not only to use no mouse for a day, but also use a screen reader, but blindfold yourself while you're using the screen reader.
Okay. That makes sense. Real quick, I might have messed up my audio some way.
No, not of the day.
Oh! Hold on. Someone just pointed out that you guys are very quiet over on YouTube. I can fix that. That's totally my fault. I just now saw that chat. 1 second, guys.
Do we even see the chat on YouTube here, or do we need to open that up in a separate window on mute?
That would be a separate window, but I can just I can relay the questions for you. So go ahead and chat a bit more. Everyone over on YouTube, let's see if the audio fixed itself a bit.
Okay, I'll talk then. I was going, go on, Todd, after you, but never mind. I'll talk first.
Okay, check. There we go. That should be about better. Let me know, YouTube, if I fixed it. And yeah. Sorry about that. Dr. Quartz and Jay Huck, you guys are awesome.
Yeah, hopefully that's better on YouTube.
Cool. And then I might have messed something else up. Is anyone else hearing an echo on Todd's audio? If it's only something I hear, I'm totally fine with it.
Turn down my microphone a little bit, maybe you won't hear it.
No. There's no echo. It's totally on my end. I'm not sure how that happened. I'm okay with it. Not a big deal.
Turn yourself back up, Todd, otherwise I can't hear you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Go ahead and crank it. right, so cool. No
Yeah,
audio, no echo. Yeah, Todd got really quiet, so yeah, we need you cranked back up if you can.
All right. How's that sound?
That's great on my end.
I'll turn it up more.
I think you're good.
I've never been accused of going quiet, so that's a first.
All right, so on this page, you're totally right. This one could definitely just be a main. I worry about maybe getting inconsistent about that, but it's not a big deal. It's a very
I
simple
would definitely
page.
say at this stage, do what you did originally, just because of the fact that sounds like you're going to change your layout. You might end up with duplicate mains, and that's actually worse than not having them at all. So do whatever's easiest to clean up later.
I mean, it's a couple pages. We'll do it. It's fine. So yeah, then on this one, we do have a main. Perfect.
And if anybody's wondering, one main element per page. You cannot have more than one main element. I ran into that recently with a site that had 3 on one page.
That's not ideal.
No.
And does that get called out by accessibility auditing tools?
It gets called out by me.
Okay, I understand. But are there tools that devs can use to like recognize that like easily?
Depending upon the tool, it could. So I'm thinking maybe Axe would call that out. And perhaps, well, definitely Microsoft's Accessibility Insights, I believe, would call that out. But as for the other ones, like some of the ones I use, just to double check, it may or may not.
Maybe that's the software as a service, Ethan. Ethan's talking about Todd GPT. It yells at you when you make accessibility violations. No big deal. Nice and easy.
I think we need to trademark that right away, Graham.
Exactly.
Oh no, it wouldn't work for me. It only works for you, Todd. I'm not scary enough.
Okay, so I've got a main now. I do need to give it an ID. I think main works. Yeah.
Keep it stupid simple. You can't go wrong naming it the same ID as what it is at that point.
Exactly. All right. Yeah, it's fun, Star Fox. I'm really happy you guys are here. This is super fun. Like, thank you. All right, so I got those in there. Now I need to implement the actual skip link. And you had that right before your title, right? Because that's like the first link that you would want to be skipping. So it's before that so that you're not getting them, right?
Needs to be the first link on the page, or you can, if that doesn't work within your structure, because you don't want it outside of elements, you don't want it floating outside of everything if possible. You can do something I would never recommend anywhere else, which is give it tab index equals 1, and then it will always be the first things that's tabbed into in a page.
Okay.
Please, for the love of all that is mighty, everybody, though, never use positive tab indexes other than for that. That's
okay.
the only reason to use it, because that messes accessibility up really bad.
Is it sometimes something that would work for like dialogues and pop-ups, or is there better stuff for that?
Better ways to do it.
Okay.
Tab
cool.
index is like we said don't use Araya. This is like one level above that on just don't ever do it, except for this one scenario. It's the only time I can ever think where it's useful to use a positive tab index.
Okay, cool.
So,
while you go on, Todd.
Here's a good example: carousels. As much of a slippery slope as a carousel is, I'll give you the most horrendous example that I ran into recently, and that was they had 80 slides on the carousel. Each one had a tab index from 0 to 80. Never, ever, 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 ever do that. Ever. I can't stress never enough.
Okay.
Todd Swift there.
I almost quit. I almost shut everything down and quit, but I didn't.
So, CMJ is asking a good question. Would you expect to see skip to content mainly on websites or like even for applications where maybe like the menu is important? Like, I don't know. I'm curious about that.
For me, not on mobile.
Okay.
Because basically what a skip function does, it skips the repetitive content above your content area.
Mm-hmm.
So header, hero image, whatever you have, and gets right to that content where somebody with a screen reader will say, I just want to read what's on the site. I've already been here. I've already seen that content. I've already heard that content. I just want to get to the header stuff, the repetitive stuff. I just want to get to the content. Graham may have another point of view on that.
It's an interesting one because there are multiple ways to. It's interesting you said that. I've never thought about it, Todd. But there are multiple ways you can interact on mobile, and one of them does basically tab through things on a page. So I'm trying to work out, would they then jump into the dial anyway to get past stuff? I don't know. So I don't. That's one for me to now think about. Now you've said that, because I always thought yes, leave them in. But to answer that specific thing of would I expect to see it inside applications versus a website? Both, depending on number of items in the menu, basically, or number of tab stops to get to the main content on a page. So if your application has like one item per page and no menu, which can be a thing, you don't need a skip link. But if you've got more than, say, 3, then skip links start to become a necessity, except for a caveat, which is where it gets interesting, which is if it's a spa, I'm 50-50 on whether you have to have one, because spa navigation is very different, and that would be a long conversation about how you should handle that, but that's slightly different, so skip links become less relevant there, especially if you're always entering through the same entry point.
Right. So here's a question then for spas. Would it make sense to have multiple kind of skip links, one to skip to like a secondary navigation list?
Always depends on how your spas. Yes, if you've got multiple sections, navigation bits that are, and there's lots of stuff in between, yes, it's fantastic to have multiple skip links.
Okay, cool.
But the reason I said with the spa, not going into too much detail, but spa navigation you handle very different to multi-page, and that's what the skip link's primarily for, is multi-page. With spa navigation, when you click a link, ideally you want to be then shifting focus once the new page is loaded to the heading level 1 on that page, and then that's the accepted pattern for a spa generally. So at that point, the skip links become less relevant because you're often coming back to the menu rather than going forward through the page, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay, so spas just have some separate concerns because the page itself isn't reloading, so you're not going to start from the top automatically unless you make that logic happen. Okay, that's a great point. Cool. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of some CSS wizardry.
If I tell you the typical way of doing it, because I am not a Tailwind user, so I can't give you help with the class names, but I can at least tell you what you'd typically do. You would absolute position it off the screen, or you would hide it. Normally, absolute positioning tends to work if you want to do anything fancy with it, but depends what you want. It's not screen reader only. The second you add that, you've just completely made it invisible. It will never show up with screen reader only, so you don't want that class name on it.
So screen reader only would be the default, but then I can do like a focus that would actually make it not screen reader only anymore.
I didn't actually know you could do that. Right,
yeah. Okay. So I think I would want focus within, and then we'd just do something like left 0 maybe. I just want to double check that. But I have the wrong thing done here real quick. Let me double check what my screen reader only is doing even.
So
Just to
I
make
can
sure
tell
I
you
actually
what
did screen reader only.
does. I can tell you exactly what it'll be doing. Screen reader only basically makes something on the page 1 pixel by 1 pixel, and then uses clip path to make it entirely invisible to visually. But it still means that a screen reader can get to it. So unless you can physically reverse all of the different things that it's doing, because it's applying about 6 or 7 properties normally, I don't think it's the right thing to use at this stage.
Okay.
I
Let me just
disagree.
double check.
Oh, go on, Todd. Love it, love it.
That's what I'm using for my skip. Is the clip method.
And then you undo the clip, though. What I'm saying is, can you do that in Tailwind?
This is where I'm not a Tailwind person either. I'm not sure, but the clip method to me seems like the best method to do a skip link.
Yeah,
Your
makes
mileage
sense.
may vary.
Sure. For some reason, my dev tools aren't showing SR only in the class names for this element because I spelled how I did class name instead of class. So that wouldn't do anything. Oh, and the reason we're not seeing it is because of z-index issues. Okay, so SR only is there now, and let me just double check the class I have on it. So yes, I'm doing the width, height, 1px, position absolute, right, margin, overflow hidden, no wrap, clip, all that junk, right? So then, theoretically, I'd just undo all of that when focused.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. I just want to double check something. All right. So yeah, realistically, because, and this is the tricky part, we need to make sure that it's going to be top level. I have to give it like a Z20, I think, something like that. And then we should at least see it here in a sec. So boom, right? We see it up in the corner. If I start undoing some of these, we should see it, no problem. And there it is. All right. So position absolute should work. Let me think about this real quick.
So the quicker way to do this with Tailwind, because Todd's right, it definitely works if you're using vanilla CSS. It's so easy to just undo everything. With Tailwind, I would argue the other method is there, which is literally position it off the screen and then bring it onto the screen when it's focused, because I think that's way more achievable with Tailwind classes than trying to undo all clip paths and everything. I think you'd end up with quite a monstrous mess of focus things that way.
That makes sense.
God's Way is definitely better with vanilla CSS. 100%. I agree with that. I actually love that way of thinking of it. But this way, I think's the very simple way.
Left.
That's if you can do negatives in. I don't know. Can you do a negative? Yeah.
Yeah. Boop. So let's just double check. That's off the page. Let it refresh. Yep, so it's gone. And then realistically, we would then do focus within. Left 0. How's it going, Bad Cop? Yeah, what are you up to? All right, so now we hover it and we see it. Now, I might want to give it a background and, yeah, probably just a background. Yeah, Unknown Sheep, it's guest stars. It's a Twitch feature that's pretty cool. So boom, we got skip to content. We hit to that and boom, we're there. Yeah, works for me.
How many developers does it take to build a skip link? Apparently it takes 3 of us, but we got there. We got there.
Yeah, there's like a good snowboarding joke. how many snowboarders does it take to do a triple backflip or something, right? 20. One to actually do it, one to film it, and then 18 other people to say, I could have done that switch.
Well, no,
all right.
in fact, I used to snowboard.
Oh, awesome. Nice. Yeah, I got free gear for ages. It was awesome. Best time of my life.
I did it recreationally. I didn't
That's fine.
do it in, you know what, and so much better on your knees than skiing.
Yes. Yeah, the independent rotation of each leg is terrifying to me, like skiing wise. So, yeah, never even got into it. Oh, there you go, Unknown Sheep. How many developers does it take to change a light bulb? None. That's a hardware problem. Solid. Very nice. Okay, so we've got a skip link now. Let's make sure we've got it working on all pages. Yep. And let's go look at one of these just to be sure. Hold on. I don't have that one set up right. We'll get to it later. How about here in the blog? Let's double check that too. I think that's right. Let's try in here. So it looks like on the blog template, I did not do that right. So let me fix that.
We were very optimistic that we were going to get to the application, weren't we, when we're an hour and a half in and we're still on the the marketing side.
It's fine. This is the important part, really.
Future content, everybody. Future
Exactly.
content.
We can do a third one. No problem. So yeah, looking at this, our blog layout does not have a main. There we go. So let's go do that. And okay, we're gonna put it on that one. Oop.
That just reminded me while you did that. So here's a horrible non-tip tip for people. If you do have div soup, which I hope you don't, it is perfectly valid to have div that's like capital D IV and close it with capital D IV, and then have the next div be D capital IV, close that with D capital IV, so you can keep track of your div soup that way. It's better to not have div soup, but you know that you can actually do that, and it's perfectly valid. So
Gotcha.
you get 9 variations of a div that way.
Hey, just be like Vercel and say, "Hey, it's ready. It's production ready, and it's alpha."
Oh no, we're not going there, Todd. No. Honestly, no, I got in so much trouble at weekend. I am not going there. No.
So here's the thing,
accessible.
or you could just use a plugin by some genius developer that annotates your ending brackets, right? Like HTML biscuits. So I can give it a class of sidebar, and then here I know that that's the ending div for the sidebar. It's not even a comment, it's not part of your code, it's part of the editor, and it's just a ephemeral annotation. So yeah, pretty happy about that. We're at something like 8,000 downloads on the VS Code Marketplace, which is pretty cool.
It should be 8001, but I keep forgetting about it until I come onto your stream and then I go, "That's amazing, I need that," and then I forget about it again.
That's
straight
fine.
After.
Well, I need.
I'm
it
playing the
too
long
now.
game. Playing the long game. But yeah, all right. So,
I tell you what, I'm on the blooming, what's it called? HTML biscuits.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to have the page open so that the code biscuits, that's it. There we go. Right, I've got it open. Thank you. Sorted.
All right. So I feel like I've got a weird navigation bug. Let me just double check this. Navigate to there. So shouldn't I have been able to navigate to this section and then it would have skipped the links? For some reason my tabability didn't do that.
Do you actually have a main here? Did you put it on the other page?
I didn't add the ID. That was it. That's what I'm missing. Good call. Thank you. That was totally it. Okay. So let me double check and fix that. Perfect. Here's another question then. I'm probably messing up the hierarchy of this element then, because realistically, this sidebar here, which has recent posts and all those links, in the DOM, right, it should probably come first before the main stuff, and I should be using CSS to put it on the right? Because then it's a proper skip to the main. Or you're shaking your head no? What do you think?
Well, it depends how long your post's going to be, but visually you have it on the right. So I would always go down the route of that should come after the content in the main on the left. That's how I would normally treat it. However, I'd probably be tempted to have 2 skip links at that point.
Are you talking? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just acknowledging.
Oh, go on, Todd.
Oh, are you talking focus order?
So no, he was talking about the hierarchy of the page and then moving it all around. But see what happens is if you move that first in the DOM order and then use CSS to reposition it, a screen reader user sees the DOM order effectively, not your CSS order. So they would get to all of that information before the main element. So it would be kind of strange because not everybody uses a screen reader or is blind. So they would then be like, okay, why am I over there when it's over that side of the screen and stuff? So I would say, don't worry about that.
Okay.
For keyboard users, they should be okay. Hopefully you've not got 400 links in your main. And for screen reader users, they navigate by sections. So as long as we label this up in the right way, using aside and certain things that we can look at, they can jump straight past everything anyway. They have far more control over how to navigate around the page.
That is a good point. This should definitely be an aside. And that would also go for, say, like over here in the documentation, that sidebar on the left should also be an aside, right? Or would that be something different? Is that more of a navigation? That's a nav? Okay.
Saying I'm gonna again. This is where I look at Todd's face and I go, interesting. What do we reckon?
Okay, so over here, that would be a nav, and that would be a nav. Cool. All right. So yeah, I think that works out pretty well. Are there any other things that are kind of jumping out at you? Like, how about search functionality? We hit into that, pops this open, get, right? So this isn't necessarily ideal, the way that this is one big link for these sections here. So I should probably fix that, right?
There's 100 things going through my head, but I'll let Todd start and then we'll see. There's a lot to unpack with anything like a search. It's actually quite complex, especially Ajax search.
Right. So, yeah, this is a tough one. As long as the change from when you press enter to when you have that overlay come up with your auto-completed search is announced to a screen reader user, so far so good, because then they know, oh, I'm on something entirely different. I'm not in the search anymore. So this is acting sort of like a modal,
right,
or dialogue. As long as these results are tabbable, readable by a screen reader, as long as you have focus on this area and it doesn't go behind this area, we'll call it a dialogue for now. then
Yeah, it
you're
looks
good.
like it's capturing focus just fine. I can just keep tabbing through it. I can hit escape, and I'm out of it. Does that seem about right so far? Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So something made me cry then. Sorry to jump in.
That's fine.
Press escape again. And then press tab.
It puts us to the top of the page.
It jumps straight back. So the focus should return to whatever activated an item. So that would be very confusing for a screen reader user, for example. And not overly frustrating, but slightly frustrating for a keyboard user. So that's the first one that made me go, ooh, ouch. Okay, that's a mid to high level one.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to have to think about how we do that.
Question with the search. Can I not just, if I've got search focus, do I have to press enter to activate it, or can I start typing?
There's no enter needed. It's automatic.
No, sorry. What the actual search thing before this dialogue pops up?
So this is just a button. Technically,
it's a really big button. Okay,
it's just a big button. Yep.
Okay.
How does that make you feel, Graham?
It hurts in some ways, but only from an accessibility following the guidelines thing. Fine. The fact that it looks like an interactive UI element, I think cognitively, is confusing. It needs something to differentiate the fact that that is definitely a button. It feels like I should be able to start typing in that. Like, just looking at it now, I'm like, right, if I tab into it, I could start typing to search.
Sure. I think it's a common pattern at this point, though. I just want to double check and see how some of the others do it. Right? That's the same thing on the Astro site. I've seen that pattern a lot.
Well, if you start typing in that search, does it do anything?
No.
I'm intrigued what the behavior.
It's just a button.
God, I don't like that either. Especially from Astro, who normally do things well. I dislike that a lot.
Okay.
I dislike it more on theirs, because theirs definitely doesn't look like a button.
Okay.
It's a very popular pattern now.
All right, but it could be better, right?
Could be.
Yeah, look, it's not a fail at the end of the day, sort of thing. It's just like I said, me cognitively, not considering, let's say I had a learning impairment or anything else, that could be a confusing pattern, because I'd start typing and nothing happens. That feels weird. So there's two workarounds for that. One is you could have that activate on literally any button press. It pops the dialogue up.
So that's one thing that Astro was doing right. Yes, Astro does it that way, at least. Let me just double check and show. Oh. That build. If I could type. There we go.
While you get into that, I would argue that Astro doing it right is actually probably, ironically, closer to a fail than anything else if you do type and it pops up. But at least it's a bit better. The reason is that's like unexpected behavior. I don't expect something to suddenly pop up when I'm in a search box and I start typing. It can be disorientating. However, from a UX perspective, generally overall, I probably prefer that slightly to the button thing. That feels very strange.
Okay.
When it doesn't look like a button.
Makes
We're
sense.
talking, I don't know, Todd might have a better idea on this one, but just my gut reaction on all of this just feels a little bit off.
Without testing and, I just might go on Astro site and test it out. As long as that change is announced, yes, people with cognitive issues may be disoriented, confused as to what's going on. That's a strike against it. Screen reader users, if it's not announced that there's been a change, then there's definitely strike two. But I would have to test that out to, give you a concrete answer of whether I like it or not.
Okay, that makes sense. One thing I was going to bring up about like it looking like an input or a button, we actually have the precedent of links that look kind of like a button here that look basically the same. So UI-wise, it's somewhat consistent with other just clickable items rather than being an input.
Okay, then we'll call this Graham being a fussy bugger, and we'll move on to actually trying to get a better pattern then.
That's fine. But yeah, like visually, maybe it should look different. Yeah. At least it's consistently not quite right.
Look, and kudos, it says search rather than being an icon, because yet again, icons can be misinterpreted by many people. It's got the actual physical word search. It shows that there's a shortcut. I can't read that on my screen, but there's a shortcut, and it explains what the shortcut is to get to search. So, you know, overall, it's great. I just think it needs to have a background to look like a button, maybe. Maybe that's just how I'm viewing it as well on my screen.
Sure, makes sense.
You spent too long on that. I've spent... That was a waste of all of our...
No, I think it's worth discussing. I think the audience definitely benefited from getting the back and forth about it, right? Understanding intent matters, right?
I was about to, because we were discussing this. It looks like they fixed it finally, but I was about to bring up the company that shall not be named that's had a lot of accessibility beef lately. They had a thing in their documentation where as you're tabbing through, when you get to the search box, it auto-opened just on focus.
Ooh.
And it effectively made the whole page impossible to use because you couldn't get past the search box. Because when you closed it, it did the same as yours, which is jump back to the beginning of the page. So literally the best keyboard trap in the world, because you could only ever get to the first 3 items on the page and never anything else. But it looks like they fixed that, because I was about to demonstrate it.
Okay.
But it's production ready.
Oh, no, not going there.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of the drama on Twitter about that stuff, so I'm kind of glad I missed it. It's nice. So what I'm wondering is, because I have the command list here, right? That's the thing that's popping up. And I also have the button that's spawning it. I can actually focus that button again fairly easily after closing, which might be pretty good. Yeah, I think that might be the move. So let's hack on that real quick. Doesn't look like there's a close event I can get to. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the fix for that would be. So maybe that's just an issue to fix for later, because I don't want to waste your guys' time with this. So let me get to my GitHub for it. And yeah, we've gotten a bunch of follows. Thank you all for the follows. I'm a little behind on catching them because, you know, want to make sure I'm giving the guests their attention. But yeah, thank you all. Nitro, Hatem, Yanas, Dylan, Black Swordsman, Gameplay Gamer, and Raquel. Thank you. And I probably missed a few others. Oh, Suyash. Thank you as well. So yeah, let me get to Vexilla, and we'll just create an issue for that one for the marketing site. Docs. When closing search modal should refocus search button. Closing the modal should take us back to the previously focused item to restore our progress of what?
While Chris is doing that,
sorry,
Todd, everybody here in chat, I was about to say they've fixed problems, but they've just created a new one I've never seen before. So they've added all these drop-down boxes, the company that shall not be named. And when you open them, for some reason, it only tabs to the last item in their drop-down boxes in the menu. So you can reverse tab to them, but for some reason, they've decided they'd focus the last item in every drop-down when you open their drop-downs. It's absolutely horrendous. We have to go on their docs and showcase this as a big accessibility fail, because you'll be like, what the hell's going on? But yes, so here we go. We're in the danger zone. I'm sorry, everybody. This is not a good idea, but at the same time, you have to see this. Oh dear.
All right. So
So,
in
yeah.
their documentation, correct?
Yeah, go to their docs and come. Might have to zoom out a little bit so that we can. Right. So you see all these across the top that they've added underneath the top. So if you start tabbing through the page, I'll show you what I mean. Right. Click one of those drop downs when it comes up. Press enter, and now press tab.
I did, and I don't see anything focused now.
Oh, okay. There you go. Now you're onto the last item on that
Okay.
list, and you can reverse tab into it.
Interesting.
Why?
It's all right. We can be nice. Like, accessibility's hard. It's something they can fix. You know, it's not a big deal.
To be fair, the CEO welcomed the feedback
Yeah.
from the accessibility professional that pointed out stuff before the.
Yeah, let's actually be fair about this.
Exactly.
They welcome the feedback. They want to improve stuff. It's just they keep doing some really weird and funky things with their documentation.
Right?
What this
There's a lot of
is-
cooks in the kitchen. I think that's the
Yes.
biggest problem
And-
they have.
And what this says to me is this company needs a standalone accessibility team employed there.
If you're
Sure.
listening, Vercel, totally.dev with the L's replaced with the ones. I have a service that's for scale-ups, $7,500 a month. It would suit you down to the ground. We can catch this before it reaches production. Let's go. I need to work on the pitch, but we're getting there.
Yep. Yeah, I think the key is be diplomatic about it, right? That's the number one part. It's people on the other end of these
I give
things.
them jip because they've been in the limelight, but you know what? They're making efforts. They're improving.
Exactly. That's what
but then,
matters.
like I said, they introduce something about their documentation. Whoever works on building their documentation has never used a keyboard, I think, to test anything ever, because it's
Sure.
always keyboard navigation's horrendous for some reason.
My guess is it's DevRel that's worked on the docs.
Yeah.
Oh, now you see, you're telling me to be diplomatic, and now you're blaming DevRels for excess. Oh dear, Todd. Let's move on before I get us all cancelled.
All right. So, and yeah, the one thing I noticed here that was a little confusing is when we do click into that, the first thing that we focus is actually the fundamentals link that isn't actually like visually focusable, but it's technically that it's like a hidden first link item. So they're at least making that like fundamentals page itself navigable. It's great for screen readers, but not great for people who keyboard navigate but still can see, right?
There's also, there's several different kinds of assistive technologies that help people navigate as well. So you have a tap machine, you have a sip and puff machine, you have, it's not just these certain amount of tools. I
Mhm.
want to make this clear that, disability is more than just blind, deaf, and somebody's in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of different disabilities that encompass, accessibility. So,
One big thing I can think of is maybe Parkinson's, right? Operating a mouse is a nightmare. You can still visually see just fine, and you can tap, but you would probably use your keyboard to navigate. So, right, like accommodating these things is not just about screen readers. It's about all of it.
and you're never going to get the perfect. Oh, it works for everybody. You'll
Right.
never achieve that. Never, ever.
We can put forth our best effort and improve when we can.
Yep. Exactly.
All right, real quick, I'm going to pour a beverage. It's about that time of the day.
While you pour a beverage, I found another really interesting thing. I've no idea what went on there. If you have the search box focused and you press the control key, for some reason that opens the search box up on Vercel. I'm guessing they're just any key press opens into search when you have it focused, but that one threw me for a minute. I was trying to work that one out.
Oh, interesting. So they're doing the same thing as Astro then in that case about like any key press will activate it.
So that must be the trigger point then, is any key press opens it, which, like I said, on the pattern we're using here, I think works very well. So we can steal that one, but I would probably just... I'd probably
Astro
say,
solves that one.
let's
Astro
say-
doesn't have that issue. So they're looking specifically
let's
for
do
text
A to Z when you implement it, and
or
like,
numbers
maybe
and,
numbers.
yeah.
Yeah, don't have it activate on control because that's really weird. Because I might want to use that as one of the keys for activating something else,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just unexpected behavior. It's a bit strange.
Sure.
It's not the end of the world, but it would be a little bit like what the hell's going on, like I was.
One thing I'm finding interesting about the Astro one is that it's duplicating the character I pressed. So if I tab to it, and then I press, L, we've got 2 L's there instead of the 1. So there's like a small flaw in how they're like propagating that key press change into the search box, which I thought was interesting, but not the end of the world as well. So yeah, these things are hard to get perfect. So at least,
yeah, exactly. It's not that one's easy enough to fix, but yeah, interesting. It's obviously something's being cauterized. I like that one.
Yeah,
so that's a fun one that we found as well.
Character key shortcuts. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, this seems good. So is this in relation to maybe that like Apple K kind of thing? Or is this a separate thing, more like the control thing that Graham was talking about?
So basically what this is as long as a shortcut you implement on a page doesn't interfere with the user that has a shortcut on their keyboard that maps to something else, you're fine.
Okay.
One of those 3 should be true. So you mentioned the control key with that search.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think would fall under mechanism is available to remap the shortcut to include 1 or more non-printable keyboard keys, Control Alt.
Okay. So how would that remapping work on a page like this? If we're considering maybe just let's look at the Vexilla one. If I do Apple K, it pops it open. Right? What would be the way for them to remap that?
Yeah, you're into a can of worms there. I've only ever done this once.
Okay.
You actually need to build yourself a screen where you can actually let people set their own key mappings for the shortcuts at that point. So
okay,
it's fun because then you have to remember to persist it, especially if they have a login and things like that. So it becomes quite an interesting problem to solve that's way too complicated. A lot of the time it's easier to just sort of not do it, shall we say. But, at the end of the day, if you're building something sufficiently complex, the keyboard shortcuts can be incredible. So it is worth it at that point. For a web page, I cannot see a single use case where it is worth it, other than perhaps opening up the search box and stuff.
Okay.
You could potentially, if you really wanted to go to the nth degree on stuff, have little shortcuts to jump between sections on very complex sites. So with docs, where we were saying about how do we jump to main, how do we jump to a side, you could potentially have some shortcuts for that. Make sure you display them visibly for people. But then you still need to be able to remap them at that point, because that's when it gets complicated. So that's like the god tier of how to make your site more navigable.
Okay.
One for the future, that one.
Oh, this is a fun one. I can't actually hit escape to get out of here. So that's a flaw with theirs. You can click, but escape doesn't do it. So yeah, like, again, these are all things that someone has to think about at some point. It would be nice if there was some good, like, checklists around these, right? Like, that might be some good content for, like, a blog post for Totally, right? Like, hey, if you're making one of these search boxes, here's something that you need to consider, like, shortcuts, like, all that stuff. I think those would be some good, like, focused blog posts, just to, like, build up your content repertoire.
That's basically the end game of WCAG 101, or whatever we end up actually calling this thing, is to have components and show which rules apply to each one, sort of thing. I say rules. I always say rules because I treat them as rules, but they're guidance. Which guidelines apply to each one. Because I think that's what we're missing, because a lot of the time there can be, you're out there and you're like, I need an accordion, crap, that one doesn't work, I'll grab this one. But unless you know how many success criteria you need to consider in that accordion, testing it's very difficult if you don't know what you're doing. So that's like the end game, but we kind of need all the 88 guides first before we can get there.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
For now,
Cool.
use Shad CN or Shad CD. I can never remember if it's Shad CN or Shad CDN. That's a really good starting place for a new project nowadays. It is the one I push people towards because they've done a lot of work on it and it's pretty good.
Yeah, which is basically where the pattern I have for this search bar came from, because I believe ShadCN encourages the button, right, for the press for that, because that's what I'm using under the hood here. I'm using the Command K for this part, and yeah.
We spent too long on this button thing. Just ignore me on this. Let's.
No, I think it's useful. I think it's useful. I definitely think it is. So last thing, I think this is the last thing that we have even on this marketing site. So how do we feel about this whole thing being focusable as a link? Is that a problem?
Purist in me doesn't like it. The realist in me goes, you know what? If I'm using a screen reader and you've got far too much text, I'll just go to the next item. Mm-hmm. It's a minimal fail in my eyes, assuming that all that text gets read out. Interested to see if Tom goes the opposite route to me, though, because yet again, that's like you shouldn't do that. You should have an array label that would probably minimize it, or some other way of approaching it. But it would work.
Okay. How do you feel, Todd?
So, I'm of the opinion that, yes, it should all be focusable. You can also, when it's focused, relay to the screen reader user or other assistive technologies that announce to users, hey, you're in this dialogue where you have these options.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tab through. Of course, if you ask me in an hour, I could probably change my mind.
That's fine. Yeah. I think the fact that it's still up in the air a bit means that it's not totally wrong, at least.
The thing with accessibility, I think Graham will say the same thing. It's so subjective. I mean, you ask 100 accessibility professionals, how do you feel about this one thing? You'll get 100, probably 100 or 200 different answers even.
Mm-hmm.
So if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
So I would say yes. Basically, focus on everything, and then the search area, the X, so it's announced that you can close it here, and then each section with each result. I think that's fine. I think it's perfectly fine.
Okay. So quick question, right? As I'm tabbing through, the X to close is the last thing you would get tabability wise. Is that an issue? Or should it be announced ahead of time?
I would go from top left to right and then go through the rest of it.
Okay. So that's something I might want to fix, possibly DOM hierarchy wise. If I don't have access to that, but I could attach a tab index, how would you feel about that?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Attach a tab index.
Okay.
Now,
so you can having it be the last item would be acceptable then, versus the tab index at least, right?
Yes.
Okay.
See, there's where I think it should be the second focusable item in this example, but I'm fine with it being last as well.
Because I can see it being odd where you're in the search and then you click tab and then it gets you to the close button immediately before even showing you results. Like, do you even know if you have results at that point? I could see why it's probably the last item.
Right.
Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So right. there's where, one, here's the search box. 2, here's where you can close everything. 3, here's your results. Or 1, here's a search box. 2, here's your results. 3, here's where you close everything. I wouldn't fail it.
Okay, so how about this? If there was a skip link of some kind that you could take to get to that close, would that make sense? No? Okay.
No, because you've effectively got your close button then.
Yeah, that's
You've,
right. It would
doubled
just
up
be
your
the
work.
close button again. Yeah.
The one thing I'd say is because this is a modal, provided Shift Tab works correctly, because sometimes you find that people account for Tab and never account for Shift Tab, then you can get to it anyway. That way is, quickly do Shift Tab, you're at the close, and most people who are
That's
used
a
to
good point.
navigate by keyboard will get
Okay.
that. So, and you've got Escape to close as well, if I
Mhm.
remember rightly, works on here. So, overall, I think I agree with Todd. X last really in most
Okay.
cases would make more sense, because I would probably run afoul of just as a general keyboard, I'd tab and then press enter without even thinking if it was the first result.
Right.
And then be like, where's that box gone? And it'd probably take me 2 or
Right.
3 goes to go, oh, now I get it. Oops, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, but that's a learned behavior, and avoiding learned behavior is a great idea. So that makes a lot of sense. Here's a second question then. Would it make sense to announce to a screen reader user that they could hit escape to close it? Right? Is that always assumed?
No.
Or, okay.
No, but when you press your button enter to open that, I'm trying to work out, you'd have to test it with a screen reader, but does it do any sort of announcement to say that that has opened is what we need to see. So because we're focusing on input, it would probably announce that an input has been focused, but you would have to test that because it may not, depending on how the focus got handled, when it got handled, all sorts of weird and wonderful things that make things very hard to predict.
Okay.
So that's my sort of gut of a screen reader's the only way to check that one.
Right.
It wouldn't be the end of the world because, yet again, screen reader users are used to nuances and they know that if they press a button, something is going to open. It's not good for accessibility, but they wouldn't get stuck or overly confused because they start typing and realize they're in an input.
Cool.
The interesting part comes with the fact that your input is auto-completing. And doing Ajax calls, that's when things become more interesting because then we do need to give some feedback at certain points as to what's happening.
Okay, and how would that feedback be given?
Via an Array Alive region is my preferred way of doing it. And I generally say the number of results that have been returned is my preferred pattern on anything like that. But there's also arguments in many ways of how to deal with the particular pattern here. And this is where it all becomes fun with accessibility. You try things and see what works best for your particular use case. But that's my preferred. I'd love to see what patterns Todd has seen and come across and see if there's one I've never seen that may be better or simpler to implement, because I'm always going for the dumbest way possible to implement something that takes the least amount of work, because Array Alive regions are difficult at times, shall we say.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never used an ARIA Live tag, so this is brand new to me. Hopefully the libraries I'm using do that, but not always.
Yeah, you either have a polite or an assertive, and the assertive acts like a alert and will instantly be announced.
Okay. And what does polite do then?
Polite will just read. It'll read the region so that it's not, in your face, annoying, etc.
Mm-hmm. So toast notifications then, those would be an assertive, correct?
Depends.
Depends. Okay. And what makes it depend?
If it's a notification saying you have 4 messages from Graham, I would use a polite. If it's, let's say, severe weather coming in your area, then I would use an assertive.
Okay, so maybe more in the case of you just submitted a form or a modal or whatever, and whether it's successful or failed, that sounds assertive to me, right? Like you want to know the result. right? Based off an action.
Yeah.
Okay, so things that are based off of an action would typically be assertive, whereas things that maybe happen just async randomly from like, oh, you got a new message from a user, that would be more
Right.
polite. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. So, like more like the toast notifications make sense to me as typically assertive because otherwise you'd be doing more of like it's in your like notifications bar and you're just like popping a little like icon or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and
So-
assertive can be used in pop-ups. It can be used in alert dialogues. So
Okay.
there's many different cases where wherever it fits best, you should use it to what it is intended to be used for.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, awesome. I know it seems like we spent way too long on this one widget, but realistically, like this is a very common widget. It's going to be something people have to deal with and have to make accessible more and more these days because it's a very common thing. So yeah, I think it was great.
The complexity with all this because we brought Araya Live up, and I'll tell you why it's complicated.
Yeah.
It's that in certain browsers it has improved, but in certain browsers, if you have more than one Araya Live region that's polite and one that is assertive, you get problems and they start not playing well and breaking. So what you end up having to build for any sufficiently complex application where you need to be using them regularly is like a messaging queue, and then you need to work out how to handle that. And the problem is we don't know how fast someone is having things read to them. So you then have to find some way of accounting for that and trying to judge the reasonable pace between items, especially in array alive equals assertive, because it will then overwrite what was previously being said. That's the assertive thing. It will jump straight in as early as it can. So it becomes a very like I said, on something like a website here, you'll be absolutely fine. But on complex applications, it's a very, very nuanced and tricky thing to get right. And it shouldn't be. And there are a couple of great proposals on how to make it better without exposing that someone is a screen reader, because that's the last thing we'd want. And I'm going to go on a very quick side rant on that.
Yeah,
is Africa still here? If not, Africa brought my attention to something today in a tweet, which is Discord tracks keys that you are pressing while you're in the application, and then will pop up and say, hey, looks like you're using a screen reader there. Could you give us feedback on our accessibility? Any company listening, it's a big no. Don't do that, please. Don't rely on people using the assistive tech to actually give you the feedback. Rely on idiots like me who will happily go, hey, I'll have a look at it for you out of my own free will. At the end of the day, assistive tech is just a tool. You shouldn't be gathering data on how many people using your site are using assistive tech, and you certainly shouldn't be asking them to be the ones to help you fix problems you should have caught yourself in production. Right. Learn to use the screen reader yourself. It takes 15 minutes to get half proficient with a screen reader. Half an hour, you can probably use it once you've turned the speed down. Because honestly, the first time I switched the screen reader on,
super fast,
scared me to death. Oh, it's so fast. So fast.
Yeah, that brings up an interesting point, because by measuring it, you actually introduce bias into your testing. If you're not getting many users using your app for accessibility, you might think you don't need to solve that problem, when instead they're not using it because they couldn't use it, right? And you're not having reliable
screen
statistics.
Reader user, I might rebind my keys. In fact, a lot of screen readers do.
Right.
So if you've rebound the keys to something you prefer, and they're tracking certain keys in certain orders to try and get, because that's the only way I can think that they are guessing I'm using a screen reader is what keys I'm pressing, then you'll miss me entirely as part of that cohort of people you're trying to track and everything. I'm hoping they're not tracking it for stats. I'm really hoping it was just a misguided attempt to get feedback on something that's hard to get feedback on.
Hopefully.
If they are tracking it, then it's not going to yield anything useful, is all I'm going to say. And kind of not good.
I've run into the same problem we're tracking how many mobile users we have in the site, and we just don't have many mobile users, so we don't focus on mobile. But really, it's because the site didn't work on mobile in the first place anyway, right? So you're not
I
going to
know
have
Todd's
mobile users.
chomping at the bit. There's one last thing I want to say
Sure,
on this,
go for
which
it.
is because we're on to the we don't have any disabled users line here, and I say this: look, if your stuff is not accessible, you probably don't. Like they will only come and use your application if they can use it in the first place. So
Yep.
if you're there going, yeah, we only have 1 in every 200 people uses a screen reader, it's like, yeah, well, your site probably sucks at the moment. Go fix
Yeah,
it.
it's introducing
Do the
bias
stats
into the
again in 6
statistics.
months. Oh, it'll change a lot. So, sorry, Todd. I know you've been chomping to jump in on this. I've seen you 3 times. So,
So here, first one. If you're using, what you've described Discord doing, that's a keylogger, and I'm not going to use your product. Period.
Yep.
That's a deceptive pattern. That's another stream. I'll talk about deceptive patterns all day until I'm blue in the face. That's a deceptive pattern.
Yeah, feel free to book another one of these like group
Yeah.
chats. Like totally down with it. Yeah, give us a couple weeks or so, and yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. The other thing too is this is why you do not ever see data from anywhere that says this company's website has 40% screen reader users, 20% keyboard navigation users, on and on and on. Because that's the kind of information that is not and should never be available to any organization. I've had organizations in the past that I've worked for say, do you have any data on how many different screen reader users we have? No, because that's not available. It's not available. That's like me asking, my visitors to my site, how many of you have, I don't know, shingles? How many of you have cancer? How many of you have this? How many of you have that?
Right, it's
That's
intrusive.
none of my business.
Yeah, it's invasive.
Yeah, it's very invasive. So that's all I had to add to that.
That's a good point, right? It's nobody's business. The key is, does the site work for them, right? Yeah. And I believe this kind of hits into what Graham has talked about before, right? Where, it's so easy to convince a company, hey, we need accessibility so we don't get sued, right? But that's like the wrong incentives, right? It's the wrong way to incentivize an organization to get that. But how would you then worry about presenting the business case for it? You'd still have to like track conversions and sales, and as we added things, did we get an uptick kind of stuff, right? That's somewhat useful to convince people.
Here's where you do that. Let's say you have a business, you ship worldwide, you ship zippers. I'm going to come to you and say, do you want to miss out on $1 trillion of disabled people's disposable income because you don't want to make your stuff accessible to them?
Right.
And you're probably going to say 9.99 times out of 10, no, I don't. I want a piece of that pie.
Mm-hmm.
Very rarely have I run into a C-suite or a stakeholder that says, I just don't want to do that. I don't want money.
Right. Yeah, especially once you get to a certain level of scale, right? So there's the number released by The Guardian years ago. 5% of users are going to crawl your site without JavaScript. Not because they turned it off, but because they might be on a train. Like, their Wi-Fi just dipped and the asset didn't get delivered, right? They might be on mobile and it's just a spotty connection. 5% of your users, for a small company, might not be a big thing. But for Facebook, 5% is like 1 billion users or 1 million users or something. Like easily 1 million plus users, not even like a small amount. So, right, when you look at it as a percentage, oh, that's not much. When you look at it as an actual like quantifiable like number, 1 million users that you're just throwing away because you didn't want to solve that problem becomes like majorly like a part of your like business concerns.
I'm going to give you a double down on that. There's a great punchline to that.
Mm-hmm.
A great second, I don't know what you call it, the afterburner, which is this: if you are creating your zippers, and there are 20 other companies creating zippers, and yours is the only site that is accessible, guess how much of the market you can steal? You know, one
Right.
in six people have a disability. The thing is, that stat feels disingenuous sometimes because it's about 1 in 10, 1 in 12 people who have a disability that affects the way that they interact with a website. And I
Hmm.
prefer to use that. I'd rather give you like the real number. That's 10% of the people that you have on your website currently that you could be reaching. But if you've got 20 competitors who aren't accessible and you're the only one, word of mouth very quickly spreads on these things when a site is accessible, and you can double the people who come to your site because you're stealing the 5-10% off each of them. In fact, you can triple it.
Right.
So that's the business case. Be the one in your industry who puts the little bit of effort in, because it isn't that much effort. Shout about it in a tasteful way,
Hmm.
and watch those numbers climb. And you were saying about measuring it. The only way to watch it is watch the numbers climb, and like I said, announce things and see if you get an uptick of users and how many stay.
Okay.
That way, you're not tracking anyone individually.
That
But
makes a lot of sense.
that's always been my sucker punch. Sucker punch. Sucker punch.
Cool. Yeah, yeah, that helps a lot. Cool. So we have at least one action item for this site. That is, I need to think about refocusing that button. Were there any other action items we wanted to call out just real quick that we might have missed?
Yeah, so I thought Tom was going to jump straight in there. I'd love for you to install an extension called Headings Map, if we could. It's a really handy, quick tool. All it does is it tells you what headings are on a page and what order they're in, and make sure we're not skipping headings.
Okay. And yeah, no worries, Tom. Yep.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, he was just saying he'll be right back. That's all.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, toilet break times for everyone. You've developed the streamer bladder, I can see, but Todd
Yeah.
did pop out.
So, I mean, I have the seal established. So as I drink the whiskey, it'll build, and then I'll use the restroom, and then I'll have to go way more.
This is where I went wrong. It's like 20 past 11 at night here. Why have I not got a whiskey out?
Exactly.
What am I doing?
Yeah. I mean, you got time while Todd's gone. Up to you. But yeah, not a problem. No big deal. So headings map. I'm surprised that this isn't something that's available in DevTools by default, right? Like, wouldn't it make a lot of sense?
So you can run Google Lighthouse, and it will probably pick up on skipped heading levels because it's powered by Axe. But this is super quick and super easy way to see it.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it presents the information is not the same. So especially on a longer page, I find that trying to sift through any of the accessibility tools out there to get the heading levels, other than maybe Accessibility Insights, is a nightmare. Whereas this will just list every heading on the page, and it'll highlight in red if you've skipped levels, and then you can go and look at it. So it's a fantastic, very quick tool that anyone can use to check their site.
Mm-hmm. And so what is the harm with a skipped level? Right? So that people understand, what is the issue? If I have an H1 and I only have one of them, and I got some H2s beneath it, and then, maybe I skip the H3s and I have an H4, what does that actually mean?
So if I'm using, yet again, it tends to be screen reader users, but not only, but it's the easiest one to understand. One of the ways that I will get familiar with your page and try and get the structure is I'll use the keys 1 to 6 on my keyboard, which are bound to heading levels. So if you can't see a page, let's use someone who's completely blind, because yet again, that's a really simple example.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine trying to find out what's on a page and what interests you and jump around the page like you would when you're just reading a page and trying to find something relevant. You look through the headings, see if any of those headings caught your attention, and then when the right sort of heading pops up, you'd read that section. That's exactly what a screen reader's doing.
Mm-hmm.
If you skip heading levels, what happens is I'll jump to the heading 1, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm on the right page. Heading level 2s, oh, that section seems like it's what I'm looking for. Heading level 3s, if you jumped any of the heading levels because you're using them for styling versus actual information, I might go, that information is not there that I'm looking for, and move elsewhere.
Right. So you'd hit 4, there's nothing, but then there's an H5 that you totally should have been an H4 maybe, right? Got it. Okay.
But it's more, again, order of things on a page as well, because I can loop through all the heading level 4s on a page. But if you're using heading level 5s just because you want to style something with them, then I might jump through some heading 4s, go, oh, that's interesting, let's look at the heading 5s, and then nothing relevant to any of the stuff before, and then it gets very confusing. So it's definitely, like I said, it's one of the primary ways that someone using a screen reader will navigate through a site to get a feel for it is by heading levels. So that's why it's important.
So my thought is it's not always just because it's being styled, but just simply because of how you're including components within like parent hierarchies and things like that, that it's easy to miss. Right. Yep. So it's not necessarily because they did it for styling, but you have a reusable card component that you included somewhere and it skipped a level because you just, you weren't thinking about it.
Yeah. And it becomes very difficult to manage when you have components and you have complex pages where you might reuse those components in different ways. So generally you want to start playing around with having the components not have a heading in them and have the headings separate, so you have that fine-grained control,
right,
as a general rule, unless you have a very, very good design system in place. So yeah, it's an interesting one to solve, because it's becoming, ironically, where it started tapering off, where people have stopped doing it when they're building websites manually, it started going up again on web apps because of the fact that we're moving to a component-based model, which makes a lot of sense. But it's now becoming more prevalent, ironically.
I wonder if there's some way that there could be some type of like use context heading level component in which it knows what it's embedded within and it can like figure out how to nest these things properly for you. That would be an interesting tool.
So I've seen attempts at this. Some have been quite good. Some have been absolutely atrocious. You need an interim step if you're going to do that. So a component itself can work out what heading levels to jump down from, but you need that initial where am I in the structure to make it work.
Exactly.
So what a lot of them do is have some way of passing in a variable and then have the page where you still structure your heading levels and you'll pass in, this should start at H3. And then it can be a very complex component from there. Doesn't matter, but you need some way of doing it. Anytime you try to do it automatically, probably better than nothing, to be honest with you, most of the time. But you'll find that you get your nesting one level out every once in a while, and what should have been a heading level 2 ends up a heading level 3 or something strange.
Interesting. Okay.
It does work reasonably well if everything starts at a heading level 2 and you keep, this is why I said design system. So if each component starts at heading level 2 and it can only ever be top level, so to speak, a section, it works perfectly because each section starts at heading 2 and can have its own thing, and then the next section should be a heading level 2 anyway, so it works again. So that's the pattern that tends to work without being massively complex.
So stacking, I'm not sure if you just joined or you were just here, but basically you should never have a gap, and then it just becomes a hierarchy. So an H3 would always be underneath an H2, right? Like hierarchically. His question was, but who is to judge what's more important that should be an H2 instead of an H3? And the key is you're not skipping any steps. If you're skipping steps, well, all those H3s should have been H2s, right? Like if you don't have any H2s on the page, your hierarchy is broken.
So here's another answer. They named him H1 through H6 for a reason. And I don't want to sound like I'm being a smartass, but they H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. There's a level of hierarchy. So I put a link in the chat, a post on accessible heading structure. That is to the letter what I follow as far as headings go.
So here's another question then. Like, what if you have such deeply nested content that you go beyond the 6? Like, what do you do at that point?
You can't.
Oh, no, I'm going to blow your mind here.
Okay.
In Araya, there is a heading level 7.
Okay.
It doesn't exist in HTML,
right.
but it exists in Araya, however we want to say it.
So is it
you can
only
go-
up to 7 in ARIA, or is
there's
it
nothing
arbitrary?
further than 7 as
Okay,
far as I'm
okay.
aware. I'm pretty sure it cuts off at 7. I have no idea what would happen if you were to put an 8 in there. Never tried it. Interesting experiment, but I don't think it would do anything, to be honest. I think it'd be ignored.
It won't work. And at one point in time, there was in the HTML, as HTML progressed, level 7 was introduced originally, but then they got rid of it for whatever reason. I can't remember why. But yeah, it's still, like Graham said, you can do it. It will work. You will see it.
Okay.
What I will say though, as the caveat on this, because otherwise you tell people that they can have it, they're like, "Yes, I can have my 7th heading level."
But
For the love of all that is mighty, don't use it. Like we are talking. You've cocked up your heading structure somewhere, or you've made it too complicated. If you get down to even 6, to be honest with you, I very rarely see things that are well structured with the modern way that we build pages greater than 4, because we tend to flatten the structure a bit and we shift a lot of stuff left, and we're not trying to be English professors perfection. We'll go, oh, you know what, that can be a heading level 2, because that doesn't matter so much if you slide something that way and everything's relevant within it, even if it kind of could have sat under the previous section. You know, that doesn't matter as much as if you jump a heading level entirely. So we've tended to go a lot flatter with the way that we write on the internet, and I'm all for it, to be honest with you, because heading 6 is getting hard, and also styling a heading level 6 becomes very difficult. Honestly, it really does, because it looks like bold text, or
Right.
That's basically it.
or something.
But
Yeah,
but
that's
isn't that like
basically it.
worthwhile though? Isn't that useful semantically?
Oh no, it is. No, sorry. What I'm saying is, if you get to an H6, odds are you've got your structure wrong and you need to revisit your structure. But doubly on top of that, visually, like you start at header level 1, headings should reduce in size. That gets very hard at H6 to not have it the same size as your text and it not look like just bold text randomly included in the document sort of thing. So you should also have a visual distinction. So you tend to find it being italicized or inset a bit or some weird thing. It just, like I said, someone shows me a document where H6 is valid, I'll give them a pat on the back. But more often than not, I'll go, you've gone too many levels deep. Let's shift this here to a heading 2. Everything shifts up 1 level that way, and we get to like 5s, which is manageable.
So hold on, we just got a raid. Razinka, how you doing? Welcome. So I do think there might be something to it, like especially for like API documentation, where you're gonna have a module, like a class or a namespace, right? And then you're gonna have methods within it. You're gonna have arguments to those methods. You're gonna have return types. Like, so the return and arguments might be equal, but then what about props within an argument to it? Like you're already getting to like 4 levels, and your page itself might already have like sections that needed to be H tags, right? So I don't know. I feel like H6 would make sense eventually, depending on the structure, but I'd have to actually like map it out and look at it. I'm thinking purely hypothetically right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yeah,
but
no worries.
More often than not, when I get to an H6, I immediately go, that page had too much in it, split it into sub-pages. Because that's another level up if you think about it. So if you've got a very complex thing that you've found yourself getting to H6, that probably should be several pages as part of a group at that point, so you can move everything up 1 level. But it's a judgment call. At the end of the day, I'm not saying you should never ever use an H6. I'm saying if you get to it, start asking the questions. That's
okay.
what I'm actually trying to say badly.
Sure. Yeah.
And if you ever get to a Raya heading level 7, cry, because you've really created a very complicated document.
Yeah, but I mean, if we think about even some of those specification sites, like the WCAG specification, right? Like, there are specifications that will go deeper, I think.
So, with that said, WCAG is a baseline, is a foundation for accessibility. Mm-hmm. You also have under the accessibility falls under UX. under UX, under that umbrella, you have internationalization, localization, performance, and all these other things. So don't let WCAG dictate accessibility. As far as there's two things I've never used while I've been doing professional development work. One is the important attribute in CSS, and two is at H6.
Okay.
H6, like Graham said, H6 is just bold text to me.
Right.
Does that mean don't use it? No, by all means. There's a reason why it's there. But again, maybe there's too much information on that page. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it that I really quickly scanned through my head. I don't think I've ever seen an H6 in the wild.
Okay.
To be honest with you. Doesn't mean you can't use it. It's there for a reason again, like I said, but if you have so here's another thing. And this goes to anti-patterns. I talked with the guy that invented infinite scrolling, and I said, do you know the pox you placed on development and accessibility individuals with this anti-pattern? And he said, yeah, I should have never done it.
Okay.
If you have that much information, not saying infinite scrolling, but if you have a large, vast amount of information on a page, it may need to be broken up so that it's more digestible for people, more accessible to people.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
then
so
you're talking about,
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, because then you're talking about you're scrolling and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. People with motor skills cannot scroll and scroll and scroll for very long if they have motor skill issues, arthritis, things like that. So
yeah, so I just did like the most contrived example, and I barely got to 6, right? Like doing the whole like arguments to methods like API docs. So I kind of agree. Like 6 is probably sufficient. I can't think of what I would do deeper than this in like a nested hierarchy of API docs. So right, like
bear in mind that when you get to your argument, I'd be arguing for, well, should we be putting the props in an argument into a description list or something else? Like there are other things available that might then become more applicable.
Sure.
Yep. And you'll be pleased to know, WCAG, the gigantic document that it is, doesn't go below heading level 5.
Right, but they don't have as many arguments and stuff, which is kind of what I was getting at. Right. So
come to a meeting.
Huh? Go ahead.
Come to a meeting. We'll have plenty of arguments there.
No. There you go. I like that. That was a great joke. That was amazing. That was awesome. Yeah. I'm just thinking about like broadly thinking like REST API docs, right? Like a Swagger document type stuff, like turned into HTML.
If you get there and and it makes sense, like I say, I want to be very clear because maybe I've not. Well, I think I have been, but let's just reiterate it
for sure.
time. If you get to an H6, it makes sense. You've looked back at everything and you go, "No, my structure is perfectly fine." Use it, like Todd said, it's there. Use the thing.
Yep.
It's just
but you should have a good reason.
To an H6. Yeah, whenever you get to it, just ask yourself the question like, can I split this into subpages? Is this actually make sense? Is there an element I can use at the H6 level, like a description list or something similar that would be better? It's like a Raya. It's like use it as a last resort sort of thing. It's like when you get to it, like you've run out of all other options, and you've basically like, we're into the depths of a very complicated document here.
Right. So hold on. Hot take. Accessibility and the HTML standard are not made for each other. What other way of adding semantics to DOM would be possible? There's a reason why the working group is different from the W3C. because there's history there. Would you mind going into some of that history if it's relevant, or if it's just drumming up a bunch of drama, probably not worth it? Just up to you. Like, let me know.
Probably not worth it. TLDR.
Sure.
It was a giant, let's just say it was a giant food fight, but with attributes, roles, and the such. And Whatwig was formed from the group that left the W3C.
Okay. So yeah, real quick, we got a raid from Zinka, and she just mentioned that she was looking this stuff up just this morning. So it's like a perfect stream. So yeah, that's great. Zinka, what were you like really looking up specifically? And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Because these guys are far more knowledgeable than I am, and I've learned a bunch today, and it's awesome.
I have an article on there how to do your accessibility, some accessibility testing in Firefox, because it can be done. Firefox used to be my preferred browser to use the accessibility tab in DevTools.
Right.
Lately, though, I think Chrome has surpassed Firefox. Firefox is slipping. There's reasons why, and that's drama, and we won't go into that.
Exactly.
But that said, I think Chrome, data and privacy stuff aside, has done an amazing job with the CSS and the accessibility in the DevTools.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great to hear, actually. Yeah, it does seem like the DevTools in Chrome, they put a lot of effort into them. Like, I occasionally use Firefox for just to like separate my browsers a bit, because I like to keep, I have a lot of tabs, obviously. So Firefox is at least a different browser that I can like hop into, and I can find something a little easier if I need to be in that space. But yes, like the DevTools for Chrome have surpassed Firefox's in many ways. Probably not every way, but in at least the ways that I need them.
I think there's so let me just say this. There's a reason why Firefox is 4th on the browser list.
Sure.
And that's that's from dropping the ball.
To be fair, they'd be 3rd if it wasn't the fact that you kind of have to use Safari, because let's face it, Safari's the new Internet Explorer. I'll stand by that, everybody. If you want to fight me, Safari's the new Internet Explorer. It causes me so many headaches. Oh, no, Todd's
he just put his dicks up. That's awesome.
It hurts me so often.
No, so here's why I get a little riled up when I hear Safari's the new Internet Explorer. You didn't have to, and I shouldn't, this isn't directed at you, Grant, but most of the time I'm saying you didn't have to develop in IE6. You didn't have to develop for IE 5.5 or 5 or even 4, which were absolute nightmares. 3 was the last version that was any good. And then there was the whole Internet Explorer 8 debacle. 7 even.
With compatibility mode and all that, right?
Absolutely. It was awful. That's where we had conditional commenting for CSS. So, I mean, let's just say you can snowboard down a hill and crash and wipe out and break your leg in 7 places. Band-Aids aren't going to fix that. Okay. So Safari, right? They're making strides. I give them credit for making strides. They're not in any way near the subpar performance that was Internet Explorer, right?
I'm laughing away to myself because my throwaway comments become such a really good education on what shit we had to go through.
It's fine. Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah, it's great stuff. Even like
And
I want to say like 5 years ago, I had to make sure sites were IE 7 and 8 compatible because the company we were doing work for, their entire workforce was using super old like Windows XP style systems, you know? And it's like, yeah, you're not going to convince some enterprise company to upgrade thousands of machines like that. It's not going to happen, right? These are people just doing real estate. They don't need anything that fancy. And they probably even have some software that only worked on those versions of Windows.
Yeah. And I didn't need 5 style sheets for one site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Safari is I will say a couple giant steps above what Internet Explorer ever was. Now, if anybody in the chat knows Molly Holschlag, who recently passed away, she was the first person to ever confront Bill Gates face to face and say, "Your browser's shit."
That sounds like a fun conversation.
He literally called her that annoying web standards girl. But then they fixed, after she talked to him again, they fixed Internet Explorer. Well, fixed, I say. They added a couple more Band-Aids.
They improved it, right? You know,
they did improve.
It's hard to completely fix, right?
Yeah. But, so, you know, company ethics and all that stuff aside, I don't think Safari would ever get to that level of low like Internet Explorer was. I can imagine. Here's a hot take. I can imagine Firefox getting there though.
Yeah, I feel like Firefox obeys the specifications a little bit better than Chrome does, right? And I think possibly better than Safari. I'm not sure. For the most part, if you style your sites in Firefox, they'll work in Chrome. Whereas you can build a site in Chrome and it might not work in Firefox, which is interesting. My biggest complaint about Safari is like a very small thing, where if you're using local storage, but the user is in private mode or whatever they call it, incognito or whatever, Safari, like if you try to write to local storage, Safari will be like, yep, totally worked. But then you go and read, and it's just not there, right? So it silently fails rather than throwing an error.
Right.
Right? So instead, could they just, like, throw an error and you catch it and you're done? But instead, you have to, like, try and write to it and then try and read from it to see if it actually got written, which is extremely annoying.
Right. And that's where it lacks. And, yes, that's fair to say that. Definitely. I agree.
Cool. So, Graham, you recommended I install Headings Map. How do I use it?
Yeah, well, we did mention that a while ago. Yeah,
it's fine. It's time. You know, it's all right.
Oh, I love conversations like this where we meander. Absolutely love it. It's far better. Yes. So what I was going to say was, click on your new shiny icon that's appeared at the top there for Headings Map,
and nothing happens.
Oh, you might need to reload the page. I hope you don't have to reload the browser for it to work.
All my tabs! Yeah. Okay, there we go. No, we're good.
There we go. So, see the big red thing?
I'm missing an H2, aren't I?
Yes. Well, actually, you're not missing an H2. All your H3s should go up one level. The reason it only highlights the first one is it's made the assumption that the others should have sat under it, but
sure,
it shows the first miss, basically, not all the misses, if you know what I mean, because it can't guess that for you.
Yeah, so that's a great fix. Card title here is probably an H3 under the hood. Yep. Which is interesting. So instead, I would need to maybe pass in what it should be as a prop, right? Because these cards may be nested like differently, right?
It depends how you use it. Yes, if you are going to nest these differently, being able to set prop in at least gives you that flexibility. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if it's always going to be at H2, like I said, my recommendation, if you can move that direction, is always whatever a whole component looks like, make it a heading level 2 and have the heading levels drop under it. That becomes so much easier to manage. But yeah, as a workaround, throw a prop on there that you can pass into it, and then you can have the flexibility everywhere.
Okay. So I can just go and edit it right now and make it an H2 under the hood. And we can then use the tool to evaluate if that breaks other pages, right? So that could work. All right. And I know it's getting late for you guys. If just let me know when you're trying to call it, and we can like do a wrap up thing. Like, do you have any like time frame in which you're trying to end things?
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago was when I was meant to be enjoying myself a bit too much.
Okay.
I guess I'm lying in the morning.
I've got to wrap it up here in about 5-10.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll just make this quick change, which is extremely easy, and we can start doing our wrap-up stuff. And if you guys want to book another session to dig into the app at some point to talk more about this, up to you. No big deal if not.
And then Graham can throw more curveballs at me like Safari is the new IE.
That's why Todd's leaving. He was going to stay for another hour, but I've upset him now.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I'm beyond offended.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Oh, please don't say that, Todd. I've already, like I said, caused a ruckus once this week. I don't want to do it again.
Oh no, not at all. There is something for landmarks like the headings map, and I put the link in the chat too.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me go find that.
Nice,
So-
because I've not seen that one. I normally.
Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Basically, I was just pointing out that it looks like we got the headings pretty well done on individual docs pages. Right? That looks pretty good. Right? After updating cards, etc. We fixed the one where it was missing. So far, no issues with cards having the wrong thing there. Oh, yeah. So, Ashelia, we talked about Aria level 7 already. You may have missed it. But basically, if you're getting that deep, you might want to question things. If you do need it that way, go for it, right? It's there for a reason. But you should actually be very conscious about when you use it. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. That's fine, Ashelia. So, yeah, cool. We got this page going. Let me look at some others. Looks like the marketing site is sitting pretty good. Here's something interesting. The aside over here to the right, does it make sense to be nested underneath Hello World here?
Sorry, I missed that. Todd announced this wonderful extension. I was trying to work out how to set the shortcut keys. What were we doing?
So basically, we're on my blog layout right now, and there's the name of the various blog posts. Those are H2s. For some reason, we have an H3 over here in the sidebar that is actually nested underneath one of the posts, when realistically it should probably be like an H3, right?
H2, yeah.
H2, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Brain fart.
I mean, ideally, for a more logical structure, no, you could use sections, to be fair, to make it more logical.
Okay.
See, ideally, you'd want that to be at a high level above each of the individual posts. So
interesting.
You'd have a heading 2 that's like current posts, and then you'd have something else or something like that. It's debatable. I think it works fine as a heading 2, to be honest, because you deal with it with the aside like we did earlier.
Okay. Let me look at a documentation page to consider that too.
The 3 says that it's part of Hello World, so that's why it's important.
Right, exactly. So then if I go to core concepts here, maybe I need to zoom out. Hold on. Let me just try and refresh. So over here on the left, I must not be using H2s or H3s for these sections because it's a nav. Does it, because it's a nav, does it make any sense to use the H2, H3 stuff in there?
No.
Okay. Cool. So technically, would you want to see these in an H hierarchy in some way? And the answer is probably no. But maybe I should have something above it that at least annotates what that section is? Maybe at a screen reader only level?
No, so there's 2 different things here. One, Todd said no, I'm like maybe.
Okay.
But that's okay. But the thing is, because it's in a nav, or it should be in a nav element, that gives all the information we need. So you don't really need anything there other than something we haven't checked is you have 2 separate sets of navigation on this page at least.
Ah, yes.
Each navigation should have an array label on it when you have more than one to explain what each nav is, so that when I'm looping through all the navs on the page, I know which one I'm jumping to.
Okay, so that's a good point. I can add that as another action item. That's a very good point. Yeah, so new issue.
So while Todd was saying about that not being not being headings, what it should be is nested unordered lists as a minimum, really, to be able to
I believe we do have that, so we can double check that just to be sure. But
then
real quick,
it will work fine because then there's ways to navigate.
I don't think they're nested, which might be the problem there. I think there's like a UL for each like section of the nav there, but it might not have like a top level like UL at that point. So let me double check that real quick. Add ARIA label for pages with.
I can't wait to have an argument about this one, Todd.
With multiple.
Hopefully we've got enough time before you have to get off, because this feels like another one of those of ask two accessibility people what they're doing. They both give you a different answer.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just double check this. So yes, I do. Oh, they are nested. Perfect. I did it right. Yes. So I do have 2 nested unordered lists.
I'd be happy with that. I think that's a very logical structure.
Okay, cool.
Let's see if Todd wants to make me cry, though, and tell me I'm wrong.
Nah, I'm good with that.
Sweet. All right, so I did it right. I did one thing just right by default. Awesome. Cool.
So, a reference site that I like to point people to that maybe people don't know about, I'll throw the link in the chat here, is you can check what elements you can put in other elements. So children that can go into parents. Very handy resource. And I would highly suggest people bookmark it.
Right? So P within a P, no. Right? Don't do it. No paragraphs within paragraphs. Right?
No.
Exactly. Cool. That's good to know. Yeah, this is an actual awesome site. I have not seen this yet before. I like that it's on Glitch. Glitch is a really cool like hosting platform for these kind of like tools and stuff. So yeah, really cool. So yeah, I think we covered a lot. We didn't get as far as we wanted, but I think that's fine because we got a lot talked about. Like so much like information that I think it's worth it. I'd love to bring y'all back for maybe another session to help go through my application at some point if you want. Up to y'all. Let's give it maybe a couple weeks. I'll try and like fix a few of the easy things real quick, and then we can really dive into some of the parts that definitely need work, such as the redundant buttons and some of the stuff that Graham talked about last time he was a guest.
Right. And I would suggest too is looking at the WebAIM Million report, and I think you both covered that when you both were on the other day. That day, where if you scroll down to the list, there's a table with like the top 6 issues that have been found. Yeah, right there below that bar graph. There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Hit those issues. Those are what I call your low-hanging fruit. If you're hitting those issues and making sure your site does not have those issues, you're well on your way to making something very accessible.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, great takeaway from that. Awesome. Yeah, thank you. So, let's wrap up. Are there links, things we should shout out that, you guys can do as your closing, spiel or whatever you want to call it? Right, let's go through it.
I'll let Graham handle the marketing. I'll just peddle my Twitch channel. I'm on here as well. It's twitch.tv/ToddLibby. I play old MS-DOS games. I I do programming as well. I do some accessibility stuff on there also. So, yeah, definitely check it out.
Yeah, sounds fun.
And here we go. I've really got to work on my self-promotion mode. I've shared a really small article in the chat. Those who know me know that I've shared that many times before. Don't worry. It's only 16,500 words on accessibility. You'll be fine. You can read it in like an hour and a half. No, being serious. It's a reference piece, something that you can read in little bits and pieces. Just useful to sort of introduce you to the wonderful world of accessibility and things to consider. Please don't sit and try and read the whole damn thing in one sitting, because it will be far too much. Yes, exactly.
Exactly, Sinopolis.
It's about a half of War and Peace, put it like that. It's quite long.
Nice.
And keep your eyes peeled on both mine and Todd's social media channels. Todd and I are working on a WCAG in plain English, WCAG 101, whatever we want to end up calling it in the end. We still haven't decided on that, because we know that developers cannot name things, and naming things is hard. But when we have a name, it's basically the guidelines that are required for accessibility. We are going to try and make them simpler to understand, because they're a little bit wordy, verbose, and quite complicated at times. So we're going to try and simplify it down, give you some examples of what not to do, what to do. And I'm excited for that project, because I get to work with Todd, and Todd knows loads. And you know what? One day I'm hoping I get a lobster roll with him or something, even though I'm allergic to shellfish. I just have to have a lobster roll with him and then get an EpiPen.
Yeah. Just have an EpiPen on hand and ready to go, and you're good. No problem.
But yeah, that project should be coming soon, and we're going to be welcoming people to make contributions to that. So that should be great for people who want some of the green squares. Don't worry if you're not an accessibility expert, because the way I learned accessibility was I answered questions on Stack Overflow. I went and read the really horrible WCAG documentation and then converted that into answer on Stack Overflow, and that's how I learned the thing. So,
I mean, one of the biggest ways people could help you guys contribute to that is translating it to other languages as well. I think that is massive. Right? Like, so if you can establish some good pattern for people to contribute to that, that is one of the easiest ways that a lot of people can contribute to open source projects, helping translate documentation.
Yep. Definitely. I'd also like to add that I will be appearing at your local mall around December as well.
You're getting the beard going?
I'm getting the beard going, yes.
Nice.
So, awesome. Ho, everybody.
Yeah, awesome. Well done. Cool. Yeah, anything else you guys want to shout out? I don't want to keep you too long, but I want to make sure we cover what you need.
If anybody attends conferences, I will be at Magnolia JS in Jackson, Mississippi. That's October 17 and 18. And I'll be speaking there. I'll be giving my Deceptive Patterns talk. It's a great conference, good food, lots of great speakers, single track. It's a blast. I highly recommend anybody in that area to go if you can attend. Okay. Tickets, I think, are $200 or $300, so it's not that expensive considering the price of conference tickets. October 26th to the 28th, I will be at Connect Tech, in Atlanta. I will be doing a full day workshop on accessibility auditing, and I will also be giving a talk on the 4 principles of accessibility. So those two tie in together. Connect Tech is also a great conference, and lots of great speakers there, multi-track, lots of different stuff, React, Vue, JS, .NET, Java. So great conference. So if anybody is at those conferences, come find me. I've got stickers. Hold on just a second. if you come to one of those conferences and hit me up, you will get your very own accessibility lobster sticker.
Awesome. See, I also have a sticker sheet that I will be giving out to people that see me at conferences as well. So yeah,
Nice.
I'll be at React Summit in November. Is that one that is on your radar at all? No worries if not. I was just curious. Sure.
Probably maybe in the future.
Yep, makes sense.
We'll see. I also have a podcast. It's the Front End Nerdery podcast. It's on YouTube. It's on your podcast app of choice.
Oop, hold on. I'll
And
do the
I will
YouTube
put
link.
the-
Oh yeah, feel free to paste the link yourself as well. Yeah, perfect.
in the third season, I'm trying to wrap it up. We haven't fallen behind a little bit this year, but yeah, go have a listen, and probably going to be working on season 4 starting next year. So
Awesome. Nicely done. Well, yeah, appreciate you guys. Yeah, this was hugely productive. I learned a lot. I think everyone in chat learned a lot. This is just great. So, yeah, looking forward to the third one whenever you guys have time.
definitely.
Where we actually review the application we came here to review today. Yeah.
I mean, I think the marketing site was a good starting point, and there was a lot that we were able to cover because I missed a bunch, you know? So, yeah, it was awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. I don't know whether I speak for Todd or not, so for having me. And yeah, look forward to the next one. We'll see what else we can add to the list next time. Next
Sweet.
time, we'll see if we can really stress you out with some really complicated things to fix.
Yeah, I'm going to try and put some work into my app ahead of time to like make it less stressful. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It's been great, and yeah, I'm all for another stream. This was great.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll try and get these up to YouTube real soon. As I haven't gotten the previous one up yet, so I'll get that up there too.
Cool.
I'm slacking. But yeah, thank you guys. Seriously, I know it's
you.
getting late for Graham. Thank you. Have a great night. And thank you, Todd. Just so awesome. Yeah, super great. You guys have a great rest of your day.
All right.
Thanks
Awesome,
so
you
much.
too.
See you later.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
All right, ending guest star. And that was awesome, man. Yeah, that was super good. Yeah. Yep. I don't have much to add about that other than the fact that we should probably get into some Vexilla stuff now, right? So yeah, that was some good stuff. Just really happy about it. I can stop that recording. And yeah, that'll be good. Oh, I'm going to keep streaming. Keep that in mind. Oh, I'm still going. It's getting warm in this room. Might have to turn the AC on. But yeah. Yeah, no, that was good. Let's bring the booze out. I'm already too deep. Like, what? You need to catch up, I think. Pretty sure you got some catching up to do. So yeah, let me get the title updated after I pour another beverage. Let's get some music going. Yeah, that's a good option. Let's do that. Be a whole lot cooler if we did. But hold on, I do need to make sure my desktop audio is not going to make it through to the VOD. Cool. I can unmute that. We drank it all. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, that was awesome. Yeah, they're very nice, fun dudes to talk to, for sure. And yeah, seriously, Graham, that was awesome, man. Appreciate you. So yeah, real quick, here's the catch. For your other account, like you can rename accounts once every 6 months, I believe. So yeah, basically, you can rename the other to some other name, and you should then be able to rename this one if you want. If that's the way you want to do it. Yeah, no worries. Yep, good luck. Ooh, good luck. But yeah, that was so fun. Yeah. Thank you for joining. Always a blast. And yeah, let's get some music going. Oh, and I appreciate you guys shouting it out. I'm really bad about like publicizing, like doing anything special on stream. Like I stream too much to like tweet when I go live every day. So it's a little tougher for me to like remember to actually tweet when there's something special going on. So that's my bad. I need to be better about that, right? Drum up that hype, all that stuff. But okay, music-wise. Gotta make sure volume's right. Don't want to blow out people's eardrums. And there we go. Yeah, Drero, I'm trying to do it more. Like, the guest stars feature really helps make it easier. I'm really bummed that when we had Userin on as a guest, I messed up the audio. I'm pretty happy that I think we got the audio nailed this time because, you know, of some things we did to set it up right. Made sure we didn't have music just in case it, like, messed it up. And the previous one with Graham, I double-checked this morning, and it totally worked. So, yeah, I should be able to get that uploaded to YouTube real soon. So yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your Tuesday going, right? Today's Tuesday, yeah? Yeah, sorry, Graham. I'm just slacking. I think even more so, once you have Totally and possibly the thing that you're planning on working with Todd on together, like in a place that you want to publicize it, I'm happy to do just a stream hyping that up if you want. We could time that with, you know, like the app review, or if there's just something else we review in the meantime, or like at that time. I've always got projects, you know? Like I've always got projects we can review that I probably missed something accessibility-wise on. So don't worry about whether the app is part of that, like, you know, release announcement kind of thing. But yeah, super fun. And I'm glad we made sure we were diplomatic about our criticisms of accessibility on other sites. Because remember, there are other people on the other end of these things. If we can be diplomatic and concerning of their feelings, we'll have better communication, we'll get better results. I think that's one of the things, right? Especially in open source. It like oftentimes ignores the fact that there's actual people on the other end, not just some faceless company. So yeah, I'm glad that we were able to talk about that in a good diplomatic way. That was awesome. Alright, so got another beverage stirred. And stacking, I wasn't trying to hide the fact that I was making beverages. I said it while we were live. Come on, you know what stream this is. Wait, so Standard Error Miss was good? Talk Like a Pirate Day too? What is that? Oh, and hold on. Yeah, let's look at that. And this is something you say all the time. Like you said, basically in the previous one that I brought up again, right? Fear is actually a very bad motivator, right? Instead, use the carrot, not the stick, right? Arr, is today Talk Like a Pirate Day? Did I miss that? So, I mean, Leah T. Codes better be streaming today. She even has a Talk Like a Pirate, like, redemption for channel points. Prefer the carrot, but sometimes the stick is necessary, right? I get that. I like that. So you're more effective from the top down, right? Inspire people, enlighten people, reward people, and then the other things, you know, maybe you go that way. Yeah, I like that. And this goes not even just for accessibility, right? This is more of a just general trying to convince someone of anything. I feel like it's more than just accessibility. This is just trying to convince someone to do the right thing. Cool. Yeah, let me update my title over on YouTube and here on stream. That's a great point there. Testing, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, inspiring people is hard, right? It's almost like from the top down to the bottom, it's also like the difficulty setting too. The harder thing at the top is also the most effective, right? Whereas guilting people is the easiest thing you can do, right? Guilt is so easy, right? So I think that's part of it. The more effective things are harder by default, and that's why they're possibly more effective, because it takes more effort, and effort begets effort. Which is a thing we talk about here on stream a lot of the time too, right? Like, low effort questions get low effort answers. If you put effort into things, you get effort out of people, right? So you only get what you give in a lot of cases. But yeah, very good point, for sure. But yeah, let me update title. Hold on. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Garbage in, garbage out? Somewhat, right? But I think it's, right, that focuses on the negative. Right, Sidopoulos? When instead, if you can focus on the positive, right? It's about gaining value. To gain value, you have to put value in. By focusing on the negative aspect of it, you might miss the point. Again, that's the guilting versus inspiring. Right? The way you phrased those statements was more towards the guilt and punishment side of things rather than the inspire and enlightenment side of things. Right, Sidopoulos? So instead, focus on positive outcomes. That'll get people more interested in getting positive outcomes. Which, again, I'm guilty of all the time. So I'm not trying to lecture, just trying to understand it myself while talking about it. Which is a very, very different thing. Oh no! Did I really lose? Hold on, this is gonna be trickier. Okay, I can undo. There we go. Shit. Alright, it only undoes back that far. Fuck. Alright, so now I gotta write this title from scratch because I screwed up. That's my bad. One sec. Oh, so it's typically today, Yosiri, but I didn't do my today command because the title kind of summed it up. Now the thing we're going to be working on for the next couple hours is what I need to actually create that stuff. No. My talk at React Summit's about ASTs, like abstract syntax trees. So yeah, my today command is missing. You have a talk at a meetup in a couple days and you need ideas? How'd you get accepted for the talk without having the topic already done? How did, like, someone fucked up in leadership, right? Like, what? But yeah, what is the meetup about? I'm sure Graham would say accessibility, right? That would be a great topic, wouldn't it? So you run the meetup. What meetup is it, Darren? And here's a question. Do you allow remote speakers? Because I could fill in for you if you want. I got talks for days, man. Cincinnati.dev. Pretty early, but you've had some good meetup. Decent turnouts. Cool. Yeah, do you allow remote talks? Oh, that sounds like a tough one, Graham. But worthwhile. How to come up with topics. There you go. That's a solid one. I like that. Hey, yeah. So, hold on. He just pasted the link, cincinnati.dev. But yeah, do you use meetup.com? To like organize and schedule and do RSVPs? Like that kind of stuff? Because my guess is meetup.com is the place that you're using for like RSVPs. And if so, yeah, feel free to paste that link. It's on both? Cool. Yeah, exactly, Randy. Yeah, good call. I forgot that. Yep. So yeah, go ahead and paste the link to your meetup. Or the Eventbrite, whichever one you prefer. All right, there we go. So, oh, and hey, sorry, Sidopoulos, 1 second. Yeah, you can repost that. Basically, here's what Sidopoulos said. They ran an ML meetup on meetup.com. It's a really convenient platform, not too expensive, can recommend it. Yeah. Meetup used to be the place for that stuff. And then since, what is it? WeWork. Since WeWork bought it, they basically killed the platform. They're not updating it. They're not improving it. They're not doing shit. And yeah, Darren, so hold on. Do you guys charge for a ticket? Because you may consider like a $5 or $10 like ticket cost just to prevent people from RSVPing and not showing up. Right? If someone pays $5, they're way more likely to actually show up. But also it gives you like proper numbers for ordering food and some of that stuff. So, just a thing. Throwing it out there. That's why Seattle JS opts for like Eventbrite and a $5 ticket fee. If you're gonna show up day of, it's $10, but you know. It's not necessarily to make money off of it, but it does at least give you like more reliable numbers for planning. So, something to consider. Yeah, like, I'm just not sure how, like, reliable your numbers are on Meetup, but that was a big problem for pretty much every Meetup for, like, the past decade, where you'll only be able to count on 40% of people actually showing up, and if you have a limited number, like a maximum number of people that can show up, yeah, like, there's gonna be people taking up spots that totally could have gone to someone that was actually planning on showing up, but if people see that it's, like, overbooked, then they just won't go. So yeah, that can be a problem. For the most part, you always just create your maximum, accounting for the fact that only 40% will show up, and it tends to work out. Right, like Seattle React and Seattle JS back in the day before COVID used to have their maximum at like 200 plus people. They'd never get more than 100 showing up. Like, never. Like 120, but like that's still basically 100 at this point. All right, so Vexilla feature flagging for everyone. Static file based. Open source static file-based feature flags, and then bam, Vexilla, done. All right, so now I can reset that for my title over on Hey There YouTubes. Alright, cool. And yeah, just in case, anyone willing to throw me a lurk over on that there YouTube would be massively helping me out. Let me look at the numbers, because it's kind of blowing my mind. Technically, they already did the announcement that I've done like 1,000 watch hours, but the monetization tab on YouTube says I've only done 954. Which is still fucking crazy, because I was at 120 when I started like streaming to YouTube alongside. So yeah, if you're trying to maximize the watch hours and you're too lazy and a little slacking on creating content, then yeah, it might be worth it to, you know, to stream to YouTube too. All right, so let me resize my camera here. Yeah, if you do, I'll happily give remote talks to, like, you know, help you bear that burden. Alright, so looks like we're centered in the screenish. My beanie was probably crooked that entire time. A Debian issue, interesting. And yeah, thank you, J-Huck. Did I get the audio working properly? I bet now the music is way too loud, though. Oh, not yet, but it will be once I crank it. So music's super quiet for YouTube right now, for Twitch as well, and then we should be good. Bad part of the song to test that. But yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was a really good guest stream. And yeah, thank you, Graham. Appreciate the lurk over there. There was a bit of an echo. Was it on both of them? Or was it just on Todd? Because I thought I had the echo fixed for the main step. It was just on Todd? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. It might have been something on his end. You didn't hear any echo? All right, well, that's fine. I think we're good then. It was like probably like barely noticeable. For me, it was really noticeable, but I think that was on my end. So, yeah. Audio, man. It's a tough problem to solve. Okay, cool. So it wasn't terrible. Awesome. Okay, so I think I have hit the point at which I'm needing to break the seal. I think I got to use the restroom. Pretty sure about that now. Let me just pour this beverage, and yes, I'm gonna need to use the restroom. The part that we're gonna work on, we could solve some of the action items brought up by that session, right? Let's look at it real quick. Super easy. How hard could it be? So let's look at our issues. We got two things. Number one, we need to add ARIA labels for the navs, right? For pages with multiple navigations. Technically, we should just label all the navs, just in case. And then the next thing is, when closing the search modal, we should make sure we refocus the search button. I'm not actually sure that we get a good event for that from Command K. So the easy one is we're going to knock out the labels for our nav items, or our navs, and then we're going to have to really figure out if we can get that focus better, right? Alright, so let me go use the restroom real quick. Yeah. Broke that seal. And I overfilled this beverage. Holy shit. The Rook is on fire? I just read your name properly? That's fucking amazing! The Rook is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Right? Like, I'm guessing you're making, like, I know The Roof is on Fire is like an old song. You're referencing the Bloodhound Gang version, right? Right? Burn, motherfucker. Burn. But okay, let me use the restroom. I'll see y'all in just a sec. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I know a rook is a chess piece, for sure. It's a play on words. But yeah, you're referencing the Bloodhound Gang version of the song. Not like the old, like, the roof, right? Like, you know, raise the roof type shit. Because Bloodhound Gang didn't write the original. And that's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm getting at. When it comes to the reference, are you referencing the original or are you referencing the Bloodhound Gang version? And I believe the Bloodhound Gang version, which is classic. Stacking, if you're still out there. Oh yeah. Bloodhound Gang's not necessarily like a remix, but it's a reference to like an older thing that people used to just shout, right? Right? That's like an old school, like, hip-hop reference, basically. It may not have been an actual song, but The Roof is on Fire was like a reference to, like, old school hip-hop stuff. Like, it's something that would be shouted at concerts and stuff. But yeah, Bloodhound Gang then turned it into, we don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Right? That song, that is Bloodhound Gang. But the phrase is something they adapted. Oh, it was a song before that. Okay, yeah, Standard Air. Good call. I didn't realize it was a song. I just knew it was something people, like, shouted at concerts. But there we go. Yeah, there it is. Rockmaster Scott, right? Which is around the same time as, like, Funkmaster Flex and, like, you know, just, like, some of those names. So that's how you know it's old and good. Yeah, old school hip-hop. And Bloodhound Gang was just referencing old school hip-hop. So yeah, Standard, well done. I didn't realize it was actually, like, a full song. But yeah, Bloodhound Gang. If stacking's still out there, there's a song titled The 10 Greatest Things About New Jersey. It's 10 seconds of silence. Literally, it's 10 seconds of silence on the album. Hold on. I do need to reposition this just slightly. And I think we're good. We should be fine. All right. So yeah, Shad CN. Actually really good. The fact that they made this in H3 is the only thing we have to complain about with what Shad CN generated for us. Realistically, if we could pass in the header level and have it assume a header level of 2, then we'd be even better off. So I think that might be the move eventually. Again, as Graham pointed out, it's not something to worry about yet because we're actually solving the hierarchy now. The moment we end up needing to make the card work in other hierarchies, then we need to have a value we can pass in with a sensible default. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, ARIA label for navs for pages with multiple navs. So multiple navigation landmarks. Ooh, and hold up. Todd recommended an extension, and I lost the link for that. Let's see if we can scroll up and find it. God, y'all chat too much. No, I appreciate you. Thanks for the chats. Ooh, and Hambone going to the next Gojira and Mastodon show in Atlanta. Yeah, super good. And so Todd is in Mountain Time. Maybe he meant Montana, but close enough. Montana is Mountain Time, isn't it? So I think he nailed it. No big deal. Either way, he's totally right. So yeah, definitely check out Todd's stream. This is the one. So landmark, kind of like headings map. There we go. And Darren, I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, if you want to give me like a day or two notice and like, oh my God, I need a talk, please help me fill out this like, you know, amount of time. Yeah, that's actually what I'm best at. Ad hoc, impromptu, ready to go talks. Yeah, dude, I'm so good at that. I made one about Angular Universal the night before I was supposed to do it because they needed some space filled at the Angular meetup here in Seattle. Yeah, sure. We did it here on stream. No big deal. Hacked out a thing with Angular Universal, made a talk about it, bam, bam, boom. All right, so give me 2 days notice, and I got a talk for you. Might be something I've given a talk about, but haven't given at your meetup yet. Boom, even better. I got a repertoire. All right, so this one, landmark navigation via keyboard or pop-up. Interesting. So I'd say if I were paranoid, which I am, I would probably want to just simply activate this when it's necessary and deactivate it when it's not. And I would do the same for basically any plugin. So let's go do that, right? I don't need to remove it from Chrome, right? Let's go manage, and we can just turn it off, right? Yeah, so I can just turn off any extension I'm not using until I need to use it. Let's remove the now playing because I just don't need that. Solid dev tools? Yeah, we'll see. These two right here, one is like manually added and the other is the released version. I'm going to leave both of them. And yeah, so I'll happily go and add this one because, yeah, Todd's awesome. Trust him. Right? I don't trust the extension author as much, but, you know, that's fine. Because I can just disable it when I don't need it. So here's something that we'll double check, right? If we do this, we can close that, right? We probably need to reload the site anyway. There we go. We see banner, which is that section. Interesting. Okay. We see navigation. Shouldn't banner have actually like shown the nav that we have there? And am I fucking up by not having that as a proper navigation? Yep. Yep, that's exactly the problem. Okay, so this right here should be a nav instead of a div. And then we can dig into actually annotating these via label. How's everyone's Tuesday going, though? What are y'all up to, right? I feel a little bad because during the, you know, when I have a guest on, I'm less, like, chatty with chat, which is kind of my favorite part. The fact that I have other people to chat with, you know, it helps. But, yeah, I'm sorry for, like, neglecting y'all. How's your Tuesday? Anything fun going on? Anything, like, you're looking forward to for the rest of the week? Anything you're hoping to be finished with at work today? If you're already done with work, even better, right? I think most people would be done with work by now, so no big deal. But yeah, let's chat. Let's do that. It's my favorite part. So yeah, first win. Let's make this a nav. I thought I had that right. I didn't. Ooh. And here's my next question. Would I be better off by making this a UL instead? Do I need a, like... Is a UL necessary inside a nav? Now let's see, is Graham replying to one of these? I was hoping to see Graham, like, in the list. That would have been amazing. That would have been really cool, actually. Not a big deal, not a problem. Just means he's slacking, right? I'm kidding. Yeah, bad joke, bad joke. Yeah, like, here's my question. Is this technically better than this? So let's go read it, and let's try and understand it. So they provide different semantic information. Semantical isn't a word. Semantic is already semantical. But I'm arguing semantics at this point. I'm arguing the semantics about semantics. Right? Like, holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Semantics on top of semantics. It's just the best. Codisvent? Did I say your name right? How you doing? What are you up to? Randy, thank you for the follow. Fonus and Eisen Diska? Thank y'all for those follows. I'm sorry. Zinka, if you're still out there, feel free to shout out what your question might have been. I'll happily even like relay it via tweet if you want. Graham might even still be lurking, even though it's pretty late for Graham. If you have any like accessibility questions. Ooh. I definitely made that way too strong. Whatever. I'm gonna need more water here in a minute. But we don't need it yet. So I'm good. And man, TwitchCon. We're a month away from TwitchCon. I should probably buy my plane ticket and hotel room at this point. It's like he's slacking or something. I don't get it. Anyone going to TwitchCon? Right? Anyone from the audience, like viewer-wise? We had a few people show up viewer-wise last year. That was super fun. Ooh, yeah, Ethan. I'm hoping to get into like MGM at like a discount because no one wants to book with them and they're like cutting people deals just to get people to show up, right? Here's the thing. They probably don't give a shit because only tech people give a fuck if they got hacked, right? Normies don't fucking care. Normies are looking for just the cheapest hotel room. They don't give a fuck who got hacked. So it's probably not going to impact their rates in any like significant way. Yeah, hackers. Just slip me a free booking. You never know. Someone could actually be out there. Now, granted, they probably got banned from this stream already, so they're not out there. Just statistically. If I know me. It's still a bit of a shit show. Oh, and Caesars is part of MGM, isn't it? Yeah. Bellagio is also part of the MGM family. Right? Luxor, Mandalay Bay, like all of them are MGM resorts, which is kind of crazy. Oh, they're separate? Oh, so Caesars is separate, but they also got hit? Oh, interesting. No. So I have no idea about Caesars and MGM. I do know for a fact that MGM owns Luxor and Mandalay Bay. And also, I think Bellagio. And then, of course, like the MGM Grand. I kind of want to be like right near the Bellagio so I can go do like poker tournaments. Here's the thing. If I wanted to go play in a poker tournament, we got casinos here in Washington. They're just on Indian reservations. I could go play poker tournaments whenever I fucking want. It's just a bit of a drive. It's like an hour away. Yeah, only a handful of companies own basically the entire strip. What's like the one independent one? Right? Is like Circus its own thing still? The Excalibur? Probably not. I bet Excalibur is owned by, you know, some big company. I'd love it if there was some like indie on the strip that I could support. They don't exist. Is Circus like the most independent? That's awesome to me, yeah. I'd support Circus. Fuck yeah, dude. Anything not owned by, like, the biggest fucking company, you know? Circus and Treasure Island? They both seem a little questionable, but still, like, it's just a dude versus some giant conglomerate? That sounds like the one I should support. At this point. I do remember, at least back in the day, like 10 years ago or whatever. Shit, more than 10 years ago. I was able to book a flight and a hotel room for the same cost as just a hotel room at Luxor. Right? Because Alaska had some fucking, like, special deals. Which is kind of crazy. It was basically like getting the flight for free. Or, hold on, no, scratch that. Scratch that, reverse it. I was able to book a flight and the hotel room for the same cost as booking the flight separately. That was the crazy part. It's like the hotel room was free. Now, granted, their cost was probably like similar, so it didn't even matter, but like, dude, it was crazy. Like, one of the side of the things was free. And that's kind of cool. I don't know if they have deals like that anymore. Oh, it was amazing. It was so good. Especially for a bunch of snowboard bums going to, like, the snowboard convention. Dude. It was the best. And again, like, because it's the snowboard convention, you could actually go out to, like, the nearest fucking grocery store and actually catch a free ride back. Just because, like, all of the snowboard bums descended on Vegas at the same time. So basically, me and a friend, we went to the grocery store. I think we took a cab or something. This is before Uber. And, you know, we're, like, buying our shit, like, you know, sandwich stuff so we're not spending a shitload of money because we're broke snowboard people. And, right, like, me and her were just chatting, we're hanging out, going through the checkout line. The guy in front of us was actually a ski rep for some fucking ski company. And he's like, hey, y'all from the convention? Because I had a goggle tan for sure at that point. Like, I was obvious. I wasn't able to hide in plain sight. Right? He looked at me. He knew I snowboarded. He's like, hey, y'all you heading back to the convention? We're like, yeah. He's like, well, yeah, I got to go too. You want to ride? Okay. Right? Free cab ride in Vegas? That's like $50 in your pocket. Which was awesome. So yeah, it was good. Because we're going to the fucking grocery store to buy like peanut butter and jelly sandwich like makings because we're that broke, you know? Yeah, convention people, like, you know, especially in Vegas. Especially in Vegas. When you are there for a convention, there's actually more people that are part of your crew than you would ever find otherwise, which is kind of cool. I went to Bam Margera's bachelor party, right? Like the public one, not like the real one, right? The one that they had like an MTV show about or some bullshit. I got to listen to Saliva live. No, sorry, I phrased that wrong. I was forced to listen to Saliva live. I would not have chosen to listen to Saliva live. The band? Hell no. Hell no. Not gonna happen. Nope. No, I did not get to meet Bam, but I did get to see Wee Man fucking wasted. Like, just like a couple hundred like feet away. Like outside, like in like the casino area. So I got to see like, yeah, Wee Man wasted. There's a crowd of people just hanging out. One of their group, some dude in a leather vest that had a fucking face mask on, goes to high five me, right? Totally like does the high five thing. I raise my hand for the high five, and he immediately goes and grabs the collar of my shirt and just rips it down. So then I was one of like a dozen people walking around with a ripped shirt and my nips hanging out. I guarantee it was one of Wee Man's friends. While walking around the rest of that night, why are so many people walking around with ripped shirts and nipples hanging out? I heard someone say that as I was walking by. It was actually really kind of cool and fun. I still have that ripped shirt because I'm not throwing that shit away. I'm keeping that shit forever. Forever. Yeah, I had my shirt ripped by most likely one of Bam Margera's friends. Like, dude, it was good. Yeah, I'm proud of it. Absolutely. I think I got a photo of it somewhere. Like, of like me the next day with my ripped shirt. Yeah, it's a memory that it's mine. It's mine now. Me and only a dozen other people have that exact memory of sitting there hanging out and like the dude goes to high five us and just grabs us by the shirt collar and rips our shirt. That was actually kind of cool. Now, was I petty enough to start walking around looking for that dude so I could rip his shirt back? Maybe. Did I get to? No. Spiteful me kicked in and I started like hunting for this dude. Never found him again. Yeah, it's really fun. The fact that the snowboard convention stopped going to Vegas and started going to fucking Denver, ugh. Yeah, I get it. Cool. There's like actual snowboarding nearby. That's not what the snowboard convention's about. Okay? Actually snowboarding at the snowboard convention isn't something anyone should give a shit about. Nah. Nah. SantaCon isn't about Christmas. There you go. Yeah. I didn't know there was a thing called SantaCon. So, I'm learning all sorts of stuff today. It's amazing, actually. I'm really proud of that. Anyway, let's have some fun. I think we're okay with just links within a nav. I don't think this is necessarily a proper list, so I don't think we need to worry about it. I think we're good. I think this is fun. I would love to hear Todd and Graham's opinion about this, right? Does every nav need a UL? Or are links within a nav inherently a UL by default? Because I'm not trying to do nested stuff. I don't like the mouse over, like, drop down bullshit for the header. I actually hate it. I fucking hate it. Nah, no thanks. So I think right now, we're pretty good. I think I'm into it. It doesn't solve our problem about multiple navs, however. So we need to really think about multiple navs now. Anyone out there on YouTube, how's the music volume? Do I need to crank it a bit more? Right, because I fiddled with, like, audio levels. I want to make sure that you're at least getting, you know, this awesome synthwave. We're good? All right. Thank you, Rondolph. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So, yep. Volume's good. Just had to double check. And hold on, I'm gonna look at who all's lurking out there too. Ayo, thank you, lurkers. You're the best. Hell yeah. All right, so nested navs. What is the right way to label those? I don't think I'm actually sure about how that is supposed to work, right? Like multiple navigation landmarks. Sorry for the burp. So primary versus secondary. Yeah, what's the right way to annotate that? Ooh, this is a good point. Ooh, breadcrumbs are actually a nav element. Ooh, I didn't actually realize that. I think we have something I need to fix at work. Okay, so the word navigation, don't include that, because the label will annotate that on its own. If there's a labeled by that you could annotate, that's actually a huge win. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I don't think Yeah, ARIA label is probably all I need to do. Yeah, you're totally right. Yep. The thing is that the label needs to actually describe what we're doing. So I don't think primary and secondary matter as much as like a different label type. Right? This one's obviously primary, and I think that's fine. Whereas this one, does secondary actually make sense? Is that a valid title for this element? I think so. Oh, Rondolph, I missed that. You are Randy. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk over there, man. I really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you, Randy. That's a cool name. Like, why do you go by Randy when Rondolph is so much cooler? Again, you call yourself whatever you want. Don't take my joking as anything important. Not a big deal. Rondolph is a cool name, though, man. Oh. Okay, so it's easier for children to say, right? If you're an uncle, yeah, that's Uncle Randy, rather than Uncle Rondolph. That's a little tougher for a kid to say. So I get that. That makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, totally. That's just Uncle Randy. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Totally get it. All right, so, I mean, I think ARIA label secondary here, and we're good, right? Sidebar, I think makes even more sense, right? Not even secondary, just sidebar. Yeah, I think I'm into it. Make sure you have ARIA labels on each nav. Yeah, exactly, Ashelia, but based upon the way I have layouts, like structured and nested, I don't know for sure that the top nav is always alone or not. Right? That's actually the thing. Right? Is it actually relevant, you know? So I have to label them by default every time because I don't know. Like, I mean, we could probably figure it out, but we don't know that it needs to be updated a specific way. Oh, I sound louder here, Randy Chrome? You're a different Randy than I was thinking, because there was another Randy that was also here. So, wait. Alright. Okay. I sound louder here? So, is that something I should fix here, or something I should fix over for YouTube? That was you on YouTube. Right, we have two Randys. Yeah, sorry, like RQ... or like Randy RQ, yeah, right? And you both have two right after like the important bits. Like, yeah. So I would have fucked that one up in every way until I realized that. Randy. Yeah, for sure. Randy. I don't even remember what that's from, but Randy. Like, yeah, totally. Okay, so I get it. So Randy Crumb, that is you, Rondolph, Mr. Sir. Not gonna lie, I thought it was actually the other Randy. Is it from Christmas Story? I don't think it's South Park that I'm referencing with that Randy. I didn't think it was Christmas Story either, though. So I'm louder on Twitch? Well, okay. Here's my question. Should I raise Twitch? Or sorry, should I lower Twitch or raise YouTube? I just raised YouTube a bit, but I could do more. I raised it by like 3 decibels, which is technically twice as loud. But audibly, maybe like half, like, you know, plus 50%. If y'all don't know that, decibels are like a logarithmic curve, meaning every 3 decibels is technically louder than the 3 decibels before it, and then every 6 decibels is audibly twice as loud as the, like I said, audibly louder. I meant 3 decibels is technically twice as loud, whereas 6 decibels is audibly twice as loud. But it's still like a logarithmic curve in which wherever you're going, by adding 3 decibels, you have doubled the volume. Technically. By every 6 decibels, you have doubled the volume, you know, perceptively. So yeah, like the decibel system is crazy. Like 3 decibels means a lot, depending on the context of the earlier thing. Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. I didn't realize LTT did a video about that. Do we need to question the authenticity of that video now? Sorry, that is a totally meme-based, drama-based comment that doesn't actually matter at all. Right? That was a bad joke. That was dragging people through the mud in a way that I shouldn't have. That's my bad. Sorry. Alright, anyway, I totally just locked down a founder badge on an awesome fucking stream. No big deal. But I do need more water, so give me a second. I'm gonna use... I don't think I need to use the restroom, but, you know. I might anyway. I do need to pour more water, though. So I'll see y'all in a sec. And I think we totally satisfied everything we needed to do layout-wise based on, like, the nabs. So now we need to figure out how to focus the button for the search when we quit out of the search. And I have no idea how. So that's going to be a little tougher. But we got this. It's just code, right? Like, how hard could it be? Yeah, famous last words. I get it. It's fine. No problem. Nothing's fucked here, dude. Nothing is fucked here, dude. Okay, and I'm back. So yeah. Such a good chill day. Like, man. I got some good shit done at work earlier too, so like really it's a party day. Yesterday was kind of a party day too. Every day is a party day when you're this old. We're celebrating being alive still, okay? Seriously. I'm just celebrating being alive still. I'm getting to that age where, like, I don't want to be morbid, but it's a thing. I'm getting old enough that I can't take that for granted anymore. So every day that I wake up is a win. Massive win. Dude, one of my favorite previous coworkers passed away like a month ago. He was only 35, man. Waking up over the age of 30 is a win every time. For sure. We gotta do it. There's plenty of reasons to, like, be bummed about living still, sure. There's so many more reasons to be stoked on it. You might be doing your heart a proper service by doing so, because you actually increase your heart rate while doing it without increasing your stress level and without needing to necessarily do like extra cardio. Like, smoking marijuana increases your heart rate in a way that is healthy. Like, totally fucking healthy. As long as you are also somewhat healthy. There's a reason Willie Nelson's still alive. Holy shit. Willie Nelson's still alive, right? Am I fucking that one up? Did I just jinx it? Did I just jinx Willie Nelson? Fuck, man. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I know, right? Did I just jinx Willie Nelson? Fuck, man. I don't want to have that power. So I'm going to pretend that I don't have that power. And if it turns out I do, with great power comes great responsibility. Okay? He's fucking 90 years old. Dude. Does he still tour? Is he 90 years old and still touring? Is he 90 and still fucking touring? That would blow my fucking fragile little mind, okay? Tour dates! He's going fucking strong, dude! Are you kidding me? He's got like a day between some of these fucking shows. Only a day! Are you kidding me? He takes a week? Sure, I get it. Yeah, I'd take a week of, like, you know, personal time before traveling to Florida as well. I get it. I get it. I would absolutely take a week of personal time before I traveled to Florida. Yeah, exactly, Stacking. If you want to live forever, you got way more weed to smoke, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? But yeah, how you doing, silly? Mr. Sir, what you up to? Cheers. I'll cheers that. We're recognizing that Willie Nelson has outlived every single one of his haters. That's kind of crazy. So pretty much, right, besides, like, you know, his theoretical 420 stream in 2024, besides that, the only week he takes off is before he goes to Florida. Multiple weeks, actually. Mentally preparing himself for the shit show of Florida. That's tweet worthy. Oh, we're making a tweet about it. Is that the actual proper Willie Nelson account? I don't want to tag some fucking random. At Willie Nelson. There it is. Yeah. Take that as you will. Damn right, Randy. It's a good tweet. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, this is a solid tweet. If you didn't know, most of my tweets are actually generated here on stream. I'm pretty sure. I take it organically. So does Willie Nelson. Wink. Hey-o. Yeah, sorry, bad joke. But you get it. You get it. I think we all get it. I think it's actually my desktop I need to go to, because that's where screenshots go. Oh, damn it. No, you know what? Yeah, I need to launch Sketch because for some reason, my, like, screenshotting stuff is, like, totally warped. Bums me out a bit, but Sketch is better anyway. They default to desktop, but like still like my screenshot thing is dead. Like it when I do like the Apple like screenshot stuff, it doesn't go anywhere. Like it's a major bug and flaw, and possibly because I can't update my Mac Mini anymore. Apple doesn't ship me any more updates. There's nothing I can actually do like to fix that. Doesn't exist. So instead, let's go take a screenshot with Sketch, which actually solves the problem, right? No. I did not set that. Like, literally, my OS-based screenshotting is broken. It has been for a long time now. If I reformatted and like reinstalled, maybe, but just recognize that I have an old enough Mac Mini that they don't ship me OS updates anymore. So really, Apple doesn't give a shit about me because I'm not buying something new every year. Technically. Apple would see my complaint and be like, well, yeah, you're a fucking pleb that hasn't, like, actually bought a new machine in years. No, we're not at 10 years yet. I bought this thing in, like, 2017. We're not at 10 years yet. Okay? That said, like, how hard is it to still, like, update? Right? The CPU architecture hasn't changed that much. I don't know. I'll look it up. Am I gonna dox myself in some major way? Probably. It's a 2014, man. So we're close to 10 years, but we're not there yet. Okay? Randy, no, I'm not streaming on that. I have a stream PC. And my Mac output is just an input into my stream PC via capture card. And that's the number one thing you have to do as a streamer. If you're not doing that as a streamer, you're fucking up. Because it means that your compile times and all that shit are going to actually fuck up your stream and make your, like, you know, your output actually stutter because of, like, how you're utilizing your CPU, etc. Like, dude, no. Every single tech streamer needs a stream PC. Doesn't matter how good your fucking setup is. Yeah, Randy. And again, remember that your stream PC doesn't have to be like the biggest and best, like most badass PC ever made. It just needs any NVIDIA graphics card that allows you to get the NVENC encoder that does like the graphics card for encoding, and then you got your CPU for the overhead of like your overlays and all that bullshit. So the key is absolutely make sure that you have a 10 series or newer. If you go 20 series, you get NVENC like 2.0. I'm still on like, actually I might have upgraded to a 20 series with like the most recent stream PC. My older stream PC totally just had like a 10 series that worked because it had the hardware encoder. Yeah. 1070 is totally fine. My gaming machine is a 1080 still. And it's fucking killing it, man. I play Starfield. I play pretty much any game I want. Is it on the absolute best settings? No, but it's on good enough settings. Like, seriously. If you're gonna quibble about a couple fucking frames per second, or like having the absolute best fucking textures, if you're not on 4K, having the best textures doesn't matter. So I'm playing on 1080 and like 1080p, streaming to my stream PC, and I'm totally fine. Oh, Nitro. Yeah, you're right. I might be CPU bottlenecked on my gaming PC. I might absolutely be CPU bottlenecked. You're probably like dead on balls accurate, which is an industry term. Any My Cousin Vinny fans know exactly what I just said. Yeah, a 1080 still outperforms a lot of shit. All right, so we got the alt text added for that, right? Willie Nelson is 90. Yes, 90! And still touring. Also, fun fact, get rid of that. He is taking a solid week or more off in preparation. Oh, and hold on. For having to play in Florida. Take that as you will. That's a solid tweet. I'll take it. No big deal. Yeah, newer games demand a lot. For sure. 3070 is probably a good call. Yeah. If you're doing, like, if you're building a stream PC, opting for a 20 series or better is worth it for, like, the newer NVNC chip, right? NVENC chip. Because it's like the 2.0 of the original NVENC, which means it's, like, way more optimized for video encoding. Which is what your stream PC is there for. Yeah, that's actually insane about how bad the 40 series is, though. That's actually the thing. The 40 series fucking sucks. Like a really bad deal. They were created during a major lack of supply and like there were supply chain issues during that time. Right? So, like, the 40 series was created during the worst fucking time to try and solve those, like, supply chain issues. It was like a power connector thing, too? So wait, really Vibrant? I never thought about what an arcade cabinet actually runs on. So again, Nitro, those hit at like demand, but it didn't actually like impact as much as we might think, right? The demand changed, but the fact that NVIDIA couldn't create something that delivered value for that cost is fucking weird, in my opinion. You know? MAME? Yeah, MAME's awesome. Yeah, MAME's a good tool. And dude, Graham, so cool, man. I really appreciate him hyping it up because I'm really bad at hyping things up. Shit. I feel bad when I hype things up. Does anyone else, like, content creation-wise, actually feel self-conscious when they start hyping stuff up? I feel literally bad promoting things. It's my inner Bill Hicks, right? Anything marketing based is something to be shunned. Yeah, that's my inner Bill Hicks bubbling up. That is absolutely my inner Bill Hicks. For the same reason, like, could I get better numbers by announcing when I go live on Twitter? Absolutely. But I stream so much, like, would I want some fucking asshole advertising to me every day when he goes live on stream because he streams too much? No, I'd mute that motherfucker real quick. But again, like, there are people that do it and their numbers are better for it, right? I would have better viewership, better like viewer numbers if I advertise when I go live every day. If you have a set schedule, you don't tweet. There are definitely streamers that don't follow that rule. Issue with my audio quality on YouTube? Bob, yeah, just let me know. Like, what's up? What's no good? What am I fucking up there? If I stream on a schedule, I don't need to post about it. I get it. I get it. It ignores the fact that anyone who tweets when they go live fucking nails it. Oh, it's cracking up a bit. Really? Yeah, I mean, I stream often enough that no one would retweet or publicize it for me. But I think there'd be value. I absolutely think there would be value from the people that just, like, you know, forgot that I'm going. Yeah, so you're saying that I have some audio issues over on there. Am I adding too much gain? Yeah, sure. Am I peaking? Really? Okay. Did I just fix it? Is it working? Right? I know I yell and I do my thing. Like, I yell all the time. But are we good? Did it just solve itself by me removing that? No, I'm not going to stop talking because we got to figure this shit out, man. Come on, mod. Be a proper mod. Don't be a dick about it. So I need to dial it back. Okay, I can do that, man. All you gotta do is, like, be cool about it, stacking, right? Don't be a dick. Tell me what I need to do to fix it. Don't fucking, like, be an asshole about it, man. Stacking, if you want me to buy you a drink when I travel to New York in like a month, 2 months, sorry, be a cool dude, man. If anything, I could turn the music down on YouTube or here. I will be in New York City during React Summit. It's much better. I fixed it. We're good to go. Perfect. No big deal. Here on Twitch, I could turn the music down. No, we're at the volume I like prefer. So we're good there. All right, so I fixed it on YouTube. I had it just maxed out a little too much. I get you. I get it. No problem. Nothing's fucked here, dude. Wait, YouTube has no music? Oh shit, you're not wrong. Better? It was a little loud. Sorry there. Yeah, I think I fixed it. We good? Now is it too low? Now it's way too low. Well, hold on. Oh, that was actually the problem. So I didn't need this one. I can trash that input. Better? Everyone out there on YouTube, did I fix it? Are we close? 5% increase? Okay, I can do that. I can fix it. Nothing's fucked here, dude. We good? So it's a quiet song at the moment, so don't count this. Let me know if it's too loud when it actually kicks in better. Yes, I could see fixing that problem. Or should I actually be how I'm doing it? It will hurt for you. And what's up, Travis? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You're a big guy. You'll handle it. I meant for you. Expendables 4? I mean, they always seem to make like a really entertaining film. I got nothing against that. I think a good, shitty, schlocky film is absolutely within the purview of like films that should be made. Abso-fucking-lutely. I like the movie Ice Pirates. If you were to say that cheesy, terrible films shouldn't be made, Ice Pirates would never exist. And the world would be worse off not having Ice Pirates exist. Not having Tank Girl exist. Not having all sorts of really amazing, terrible films exist, right? The world needs bad films. I dare you to try and take Toxic Avenger away from me. How dare you? Okay? Hello, Spaceballs. Yeah, sure. Spaceballs is legitimately a parody, whereas Ice Pirates is trying to be its own film, but somehow becomes its like a parody of itself, which is amazing. So Stallone is 77? Wow, dude. That's kind of blowing my fucking mind. Wow. All right. Well, I'll pour a beverage in celebration of that. Plot twist, he was going to pour a beverage anyway. So, whatever. No big deal. Which is interesting there, Gavin, but recognize that he was not that old in the, Guardians films. I almost feel like they made him older for a reason in the Creed movies. He did not look that fucking old. At all, right? He really didn't look that old in the most recent, Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Look at it. He really didn't, man. I mean, I'm at least in the top 100 in the category. Come on, give me that one at least, silly. Okay? Come on, at least give me that one. I'm in at least the top 100 of, like, tech streams. Okay? I'd like to think top 10, but yeah, numbers-wise, probably not. I'm okay with it. Whatever. You mean overall? I mean, overall is not a thing I'm even trying to, like, consider or compete with. Right? Now, granted, I'm working on a pretty solid set of cleavage. In the worst way. But that could get me into the top 100. Yeah. I mean, I don't need to show it. That's for my OnlyFans. Prime is definitely not within the top 100 either, Gavin, right? Prime would be considered like a 2K Andy compared to the actual top 100. And that's not like a thing against Prime. It's just actually like showing the relative nature. Yeah, the top 100 consistently have 50K plus viewers, right? Prime has a long fucking way to go to actually get there. And it's not an actual like negative thing about Prime. It's just simply recognizing the reality of the category. Right? Prime fucking kills it. We all know that, right? Yeah, do the top 100 even stream like once a week. There's a few that do, but like, dude, yeah, the top 100? Nah, like even the top 100 probably have like a once a week stream, not like every day, right? That's a very good point, Travis. He's beyond the goals I have even. So yeah, we're good. I'd like to hit 200 viewers. Based upon numbers, yeah, we'll never fucking do that. That's fine, I get it. I don't have what Prime has. What that is, I have no idea. No fucking idea. Cotter, you missed the fact that I used to have a mustache, and it killed my numbers. Nobody likes me with a mustache. Even though it takes me 3 months to grow, nobody likes me with a mustache. Nope. Yeah, if I want to have a mustache in any, like, possible, like, discernible amount of time, I need to grow it, like, 2 months early. And then you might be able to see it by month 3. I believe it makes me more evolved. Technically. Yeah, I'm further down, like, the evolutionary chain. No big deal. Right? As we continue to evolve, people with muscles, yeah. Like, why the fuck do we need muscles? We don't. Yeah, having muscles is actually to be earlier in the evolutionary chain. I'd like to be towards the end of it. I don't need muscles. I don't need hair on my head. I don't need a mustache. Right? Evolutionarily, none of those things actually matter. I'm just more evolved. No big deal. So, Cotter, you're just already hinting at the fact that you're just not evolved enough, right? Move beyond needing to care about mammoths, Like, come on, man. Or move beyond caring about mastodons. See what I did there? Boom! Nailed it! Jather, you don't need one, man. Right? You don't need to grow a beard. This right here, this entire cheek, hasn't been touched by a razor in ages. Baby smooth. So good. Ooh, so smooth. People that have to shave their cheeks every day, yeah, you fucking dinosaur, right? You fucking Cro-Magnon, like, motherfucker. I feel bad for you, actually. You gotta shave every day? Ooh, you sweet summer child. You are a dinosaur, like, literally. Yeah, straight up fucking mosquito, like, you know, encased in amber, right? That's how old y'all motherfuckers are. Just evolve already and not need to grow a beard. Boom, nailed it. No big deal. Oh, you sweet summer child. It's not Ada. One of us. One of us. Yeah, we're chatting, we're hanging out. We're probably like kind of towards the end of stream. But we got this one solved. Aria label has been added to relevant nabs on the marketing site. Close with comment. And yeah, if I could spell whatever, that'd be way better. But I can push it up, can't I? Ooh, can't I? We're having fun, we're chilling, we're doing what we want. Your uncle calls you a hobo? He's most likely jealous? Yeah, definitely jealous. They wish they could grow an actual beard. For sure. Definitely jealous. Like, no joke about it. Not even kidding. Like, dude, they are fully jealous. So silly. Like, are you Chinese in general? Yeah, no worries there, Cotter. We'll see you again soon. I haven't checked on your reference to, like, the stuff. But seriously, like, we need to figure this out soon. We got, like, a month left. Yeah, we're 1 month away from needing, like, dude, we need to figure it out within a week. I said 500, I'll totally, like, kick in a grand. But we gotta figure it out, man, right? I don't think throwing Oak and Ivy away is actually the move. If it's not, like, the full bar, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a shit, man? Can we still drink whiskey together? That's the number one thing. We just need to be brought together at a reasonable rate. Whiskey will be drank. Whether it's the top shelf shit or not, who cares? But hanging out is the number one thing, right? So Cotter, don't get too hung up on how broad their fucking bar is. Who fucking gives a shit? Can I drink some whiskey there? Is it the top shelf amazing whiskey? Right? I don't need 50 whiskeys to choose from. I typically only pick one anyway. I'll drink Bullet for the night. I don't mind. Why I'm going to be in NYC? So React Summit US. I am giving a remote talk, which means it's pre-recorded, but it means that I also get to hang out with all the other speakers at like a speaker dinner. So yes, I am absolutely fucking going in person to React Summit. Even though I'm not speaking, I will absolutely go drink and hang out. Eat some amazing food and hang out with other speakers. That sounds awesome. That sounds fucking awesome. Doesn't it? That sounds fucking amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna be in New York for like a span of like maybe 4, maybe 5 days, just chilling, hanging out, drinking, not having to wake up early enough to actually give a talk in person because I pre-record it, and we're good to go, man. So yeah, Gavin, if you're in the area, I know Stacking is planning on hanging out too. What night would be the best? Maybe like Saturday night? You want to hang out on a Saturday night in like New York City, like Lower East Side kind of shit? I'm hoping so, because I think that's what we're trying to do. I could watch my own talk, or I could just sleep in and enjoy a vacation. I'll probably do that. Who all else am I going to be drinking with in New York? So I think, Gavin, you're on the hook. Stacking is on the hook. Who else is going to be in New York at that time? I believe Trash Dev will be in New York at that time. If we can convince him, right? You're a train ride away from hanging out with actually like Trash Dev, which sounds fucking awesome, right? Like I like to think I'm cool. Trash Dev is actually way cooler. So I get to hang out with Trash Dev, is really the way I need to phrase that. People hanging out with me get to hang out with Trash Dev. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? You're welcome. All right, so Stacking, you're uninvited. I'm kidding, by the way. You're totally still invited. Bad joke, bad joke. Silly will smuggle in the poutine. I bet there's a bar we could go to get some like proper poutine. it's right there on the border. Like, why wouldn't it be there? I'd be bummed if it wasn't a thing. Okay. Okay. All right, let's close some stuff down. We're doing our thing. Stacking. Wait, you're saying New York is 3.5 hours from, like, the border, right? Is it 3.5 hours for you to travel? Do I need to make sure I book, like, a hotel room that'll let me, like, bring in a cot for you so you can, like, actually crash without having to, like, travel back type bullshit? Because we're going partying, right? Okay. Yeah, NYC to Canada. How far is it for you? You're like 30 minutes away? Nah, we're good. Yeah, totally good. If you need a cot, I'll get a cot for you. My goal is maybe to do like a random hookup. Right? Could I pull? I think I could pull. But if need be, you got a place to crash, I'll kick a pull to the curb, if need be. Or go to their place and you got the hotel room. Boom. No drinking from the minibar. Come on. I would not recommend buying a ticket, Gavin. Oh, React Summit US is not worth a ticket if you're not getting a company to pay for it. No. We can party totally separately. The party is a totally different thing, man. Yeah. Stacking's not fucking buying a fucking $1,000 ticket just to hang out with me. No. Like, no. Nobody is doing such a thing. I'm not that cool, man. Primogen might be able to convince someone to do such a thing. And even then, he would probably say, no, don't buy a ticket on my account. I would hope that Prime would say that. Where would the party be? Wherever I am. Obviously. So Gavin, the key would be, we establish where we meet up and hang out until you get there, and then fucking party time. CM riffing USA. The party is actually like a storm following me wherever I go. You know that, right? Party time is like a state of being. It's not an exact, like, time frame. Come on. Yeah, right? We will party together wherever we go. And we got this, man. It'll be so good. I'm like, dude, so good. I need to actually maybe book out a couple extra days, because I've never been to New York City as an adult. Never. Nope. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am the party. Do you not know this? Like, do you not see the beanie? I am the party. Damn right, Jather. Yeah, I would definitely not be able to see everything. I would simply get enough of a thing that makes me want to head back there, right? And I could totally head back to New York while booking out like an extra month or something. Can I just point out, I am really looking forward to like property prices to take like a major tank, and I can actually afford to buy property anywhere. Right? Like, seriously. Why the fuck is property in Whitefish, Montana expensive still? Who the fuck is buying property in Whitefish, Montana? Nobody. Not a single human being. It's inflated because people think they can just hold for X amount of time. We need the economy to tank in a way that these fucking holders sell massively because they can't afford it, right? BlackRock needs to actually hit a level of loss on the properties that they have gobbled up, because BlackRock is actually the thing that's making all of our property more expensive. I would say a major thing we need to do here in the US is limit the amount of property any single fucking company can own. If we can institute that type of shit, oh my fucking god, dude. We can all actually afford to live again. BlackRock and every single major corporation that buys up property is fucking us at our expense. Hard to pass on Congress only because they take money from BlackRock. If we expose every single dollar that Congress actually takes in, dollar-wise, and recognize the shitty fucking players in Congress that are taking a fucking paycheck at our expense, the people that we voted in are making money off of our fucking backs. Can we expose that immediately? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Just charge them tax. Every single extra property you own adds to that tax. Yeah, you got 1,000 properties, you should pay way more fucking money in taxes. Right? There should be a scale to it. The amount of property you own actually dictates the amount of property tax you have to pay. You got 20 properties, your property tax should go way the fuck up. Boom, it solves the entire fucking housing crisis. Like, real quick. You know what it's actually gonna take? Us as actual voters making that a problem that we vote upon. The people we vote into office actually speak out against owning too much property. I live in Washington State, so yeah, it's tough because Washington will always vote democratically. For the most part, that typically means they care about voters' rights. But not always. Not always. The key is we have to make other states actually feel the fucking burn. Eduardo, for the most part, no. There might be certain cities that do it. Statistically, no, that doesn't exist. Right? In all intents and purposes, it's possible, but there are so many like loopholes and ways around that all of these terrible fucking companies lobby for. So you have to compete against lobbyists for all that shit. For the most part, City Hall does not take from rich people. Eduardo, you're not wrong. Yeah. The rich motherfuckers out there have enough money to lobby Congress on their behalf, and we're all fucked because of it. Right? Citizens United is actually the biggest fucking problem. If we can repeal Citizens United, that would actually solve every fucking problem we have right now. because no company could invest more towards a fucking politician than 10 grand a year. That would change every single fucking decision ever made in Congress at that point. But Congress is not incentivized to fix that problem because they make money off that shit. Citizens United is actually the #1 thing that is fucking all politics in the US. It means that corporations, with the amount of money they can invest, are actually more incentivized and more like recognized as a voice in our populace. Citizens United is the actual fucking problem. We need to repeal that shit immediately, but we don't have a Supreme Court that would do so, right? None of our politicians actually want that because that's how they make their fucking money, right? So it's really hard to convince someone whose livelihood is staked upon the very thing you're trying to convince them against. It's not going to happen, right? Incentives are not where they should be. Translation will never fix it in our lifetime because the Supreme Court fucked up way long ago because of Citizens United. But good luck overturning that shit because they have more money. You'll never overturn that as a fucking regular person. It'll take someone like Jeff Bezos to actually act on behalf of real people. Elon Musk, maybe. But neither of those motherfuckers actually want to overturn Citizens United because it's what actually made them who they are. Neither one of those fucking assholes is actually going to overturn that shit because it's what established the status quo. Every single human being should be limited to 10K. At that point, money is out of politics, and the people we're paying to represent us are paid to actually represent us, not some fucking major corporation that can just donate to their fucking campaign. Right? It's been a problem for 30 fucking years, dude. And we still haven't solved it because the money is where the money is. Yeah, Eduardo, you're not wrong, right? You're absolutely fucking right. But what you're wrong about is the fact that it will ever change because corporations already have the biggest say-so in everything. So why would any politician try and change that? They wouldn't. They won't. And it'll never happen. Exactly, Gavin, right? But we live in a society that does not actually denigrate that in the way it should be. Because corporations are people. They're fucking not. A corporation doesn't die. It doesn't have a lifespan. Right? People have a lifespan. Corporations don't. That should right there be the disqualifying factor of treating a corporation as a person. Yeah, a good president is actually like more meaningless than you really think it is, right? Here in the US, we need a major groundswell of support for a thing that is against what the main people are doing. Like, you're not gonna get that. Like, we're fucked. Like, we're just totally fucking fucked. Gavin, you're missing the point. I'm only bringing this up because they brought it up, right? If they didn't use their platform for politics, I wouldn't actually bring them up. The Primogen speaks out about socialism never having worked, right, in its purest form. You know what also has never fucking worked in its purest form? Capitalism. We don't live in a pure capitalist society. We don't live in a pure socialist society. Purism is the absolute fucking wrong thing, right? But Prime will actually shout about socialism on his platform, using his platform for negative gain, right? For shit that actually does harm, in my opinion. Because he presents socialism and communism as a thing that has to 100% work, otherwise it's failed. Capitalism has never 100% worked either. There is no society ever that has been driven purely by capitalism that actually sustained itself. It doesn't exist, man. It doesn't fucking exist. Here in the US, we live in a hybrid society, so hybrid fucking politics matter. But the Primogen uses his platform to shout out about communism and socialism in a way that is totally not accurate, and he's using his platform for wrong, for no good. Right? I'm gonna say that right fucking now. The Prime is using his platform in the wrong fucking way. Because he doesn't actually understand the economic principles enough. Pure capitalism and pure communism are both things that just don't fucking work. Right? Neither of those things in their 100% entirety are actually useful. Instead, we need an amalgamation of both of those things, right? Both of those things need to work together to provide stuff for people. Neither one, in their purest version, actually help people. Meanwhile, if we can embrace a hybrid philosophy for both of them, we'd be better off. Like, massively better off. So I actually am bummed on the fact that Primogen is steering people towards conservative politics that just don't fucking work. Right? Capitalism, 100%, never has worked in the entirety of the fucking entire history of human evolution. Never has it actually worked. Instead, it causes the French Revolution. Capitalism itself is flawed. Communism itself is flawed. Instead, can we embrace some hybrid philosophy that embraces both in a way that actually helps people in general? Abso-fucking-lutely. And I'm bummed that Primogen uses his platform to speak out against communism without acknowledging that capitalism fucks up in the same exact way. So yeah, that is a thing that I will absolutely argue with Prime about. And probably have him back up my opinion that it needs to be hybrid. It needs to be a hybrid approach to both things. Because pure, one or the other, has never fucking worked. Purism, in general, fucking sucks. Purism fucking sucks, right? I'm being a purist about purism at that point. So even then, there's probably some fucking edge case that I'm ignoring. Because I'm being a purist about purism. There's probably some edge case in which purism works. Again, I'm willing to be wrong about that. Not at the expense of other people, though. Right? People deserve to live. Pure capitalism actually pretends that some people don't exist or don't need to exist. And that's fucking wrong. In so many fucking ways. It's absolutely fucking wrong. Because pure capitalism means that some people just shouldn't exist because they're not profitable. Or some bullshit, you know? It's terrible. It's the worst fucking approach. Right? Pure communism is also fucking terrible. Instead, Can we meet somewhere in the middle and have a system that actually works? Abso-fucking-lutely. And that is basically 1950s USA. 1950s USA is what every fucking major, like, capitalist thinks of as the ideal fucking scenario. You know what actually brought us out of the fucking Great Depression? Socialist policies. I'm not saying we need to be fully 100% socialist, but holy shitballs, dude. Absolute capitalism brought us into the Great Depression. The thing that saved us? Socialist policies. Anyone who doesn't know that really didn't study history. Anyone speaking out against it doesn't know history. FDR brought us out of the Great Depression using socialist policies in like, you know, in Congress, in fucking like, in a constituent way with capitalist policies. Both things need to be there, right? You can't have one without the other and be actually a functioning society. But the people that argue for the furthest extremes of both things are fucking up because they're treating it like a sports team. When instead, we need to meet in the middle because there's no fucking teams. It's just us trying to survive and be human beings about it. So yeah, like, me and Prime actually have some shit to talk about. Every single time I've actually chatted with Prime in person, he's entirely fucking reasonable. And we can meet like a middle ground. But him as a character is absolutely fucking wrong when he's shouting out how communism and socialism have never worked. No, we have seen socialism work because it brought us out of the fucking Great Depression. We have actually seen via history that socialism works in a way. I'm not saying everything needs to be socialist, but holy shitballs, dude. Socialist policies brought us out of the Great Depression. And he likes to ignore that when he talks about capitalism and all his fucking bullshit politics on stream. So the fact that he does that means I should be able to do it too. And call out his bullshit for it. And not necessarily think that we're fucking enemies because we disagree. No, it means that we can find a common ground. I would argue any of this shit with him, and probably at least convince him of my point. And he would most likely try and convince me of some other point, and I bet we'd find some middle ground. But he has such a platform in which someone hears him say, socialism never worked. And they'll just take that to the grave rather than understanding the nuance between it. And that's a fucking problem. He's using his platform for wrong at this point. He uses his platform for good too, but in that exact case, he is absolutely, fundamentally, categorically, in any way I could actually like use an adjective to describe it, he's fucking wrong. Right? Because he's using the 100% communism, 100% socialism argument without recognizing that 100% capitalism has also never worked. 100% anything never fucking works, right? That type of absolutism fucking sucks. And it's the problem with all of society. We need a hybrid approach to every fucking thing. Oh, you guys are getting into like healthcare? That's a way tougher argument. That gets way more specific. Instead, let's just call out the top level and recognize that there's nuance to every sub-argument. Whatever you guys are saying about like healthy food versus unhealthy food, like motherfucker, no one should tell me what I can eat, what I can't eat. Fuck you for that one. Right? You guys are digging into like the specifics of the problem, right? And that's the exact fucking problem with the problem. Because y'all want to dive into specifics rather than just solve the generic approach first. Could we solve the generic problem first before y'all start digging into like sugar, etc.? Like, dude, there's a middle ground that y'all fucking missed because you wanted to dig into like the other fucking shit. Y'all missed the middle ground because you wanted to focus on whatever your fucking platform was, whatever thing you care about is. And that's the biggest problem we have, because everybody focuses on their single issue rather than the broader scope. Single issue voters are actually the biggest problem in this society. Because they don't give a fuck as long as the side they're voting for supports the thing that they care about, rather than the greater good for society in general. Single issue voters are actually the problem. Y'all need to figure out more than just the one issue you care about. Like, seriously, you're fucking up if you're a single issue voter. If abortion is the only thing you choose, right? The thing that you use to differentiate A versus B, you're fucking up. You're actually the worst. Single issue voters are the fucking worst. It ignores the broader societal impact for the one thing you actually give a shit about. Single issue voters are the biggest problem in this society. They support the one side that does the one thing they care about, at the expense of every other thing that should be considered. No, Eduardo, it needs to be a broad benefit analysis comparison. Eduardo, you're fucking up. If you're not doing a benefit analysis comparison, you're being lazy about it. You're actually the problem. Single issue voters are lazy, and that's why society is fucked. Because these people are so lazy they can't consider anything outside of their fucking narrow scope. That's literally the fucking problem, Eduardo. Literally. I'm not even like using literally figuratively. I mean literally. You are fucking up if your one issue is more important than the greater good. Your one issue trumps every single other fucking issue? No, dude. You're just being lazy because you don't want to actually weigh the other issues at this point. You want to find one thing to make your decision real easy. Laziness is the exact fucking problem. You're being lazy about who you pick to vote for. That is literally the problem with every single issue voter. They're lazy. They just want to pick one that aligns with the one thing they care about. When instead, could they have more things they care about and be more nuanced in their opinions of it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. You're not going to convince me that we shouldn't be, like, you're not going to convince me against my rhetoric against, like, single-party voters. Single issue voters fucking suck. They are the problem with society right fucking now. People will pick abortion simply because it's the single issue they care about, rather than listen to what their fucking religion says they should do, which is help everybody. And yes, I live in a country in which the religious right tends to pick one fucking issue rather than what their religion would dictate they should do. And their religion, right, if they're actually following Christ, should actually acknowledge society in general, not one fucking issue. If you're actually Christian and you're letting abortion be the number one thing you decide, like, what you vote on based on, you're not actually Christian. You're not. You're picking and choosing what you care about. You're not Christian. Jesus actually spoke out against you. Read the fucking Bible. Yes, I absolutely did go, David. I live in Washington State, though, so my vote doesn't matter, except at, like, the smallest level, right? Local elections matter where I live. My presidential vote does not fucking matter here in Washington. Now, granted, I want to move somewhere where it might actually fucking matter, but it doesn't matter here in Washington. Yes, I voted. I vote. But presidential vote here in Washington is meaningless. Seattle and the county I live in will vote for a liberal candidate. That's fine, right? Does it typically line up with what I'm doing? Sure. But local election is where you can actually have a difference, where you can actually like make sure what you're voting for is what you actually care about. Stacking, you're totally right. Yes. People who quote and use Jesus for their justification for various things are actually the people that Jesus would say are fucking up. Widgeler, you might be right, but you're misunderstanding the fact that we have to live in reality. And yeah, people misuse religion all the fucking time. The worst atrocities in the world over history have been actually done in the name of religion. Which goes counter to what the religion typically preaches. Islam is actually a religion of peace. Totally. Like, read the fucking Quran. It's a religion of peace. But people manipulate that shit all the fucking time. Every single one of the core texts for most of the popular religions actually preach peace. And people misunderstand that every fucking day. No. So, Gavin, you're missing it. Maybe you were typing that out without listening to what I was actually saying. You probably should have just deleted the entire thing based upon what I just said. Right? Yeah, every single major religion out there was created on the idea of peace. Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. All religions of peace. Instead, some fucking asshole decided to teach people that, yeah, no, that's not relevant anymore. Be an asshole, just like me. And people listen to those fucking assholes. Every single religion out there is a religion of peace. It really is. Like, seriously. You know what the actual best way to make someone not Christian? Make them read the Bible, like read the Bible verbatim, word for word. That is the easiest and most like logical way of convincing someone to not be Christian. Because the Bible says all sorts of weird ass shit that is just not right in a modern society, right? Especially Old Testament shit. Whereas New Testament, just treat people right and move on. Right? Now, you came in at the right time, Snowy. Like, we're having debates, and I think these debates matter. They fully fucking matter. Yeah, oh, you didn't want to do politics. Granted, if anyone, like, jumps in saying some politics and, like, religion shit willy-nilly, no, that's, like, timeoutable. I'm the one that created this entire context. That's on me. That's my fault. But just recognize, like, holy shit balls, man. I am a master debater. I'll take it. I can argue. I'm good at arguing. Sure, Gavin, that makes sense. I get it. Sure, I get it. But then, like, how do we justify a conflict? And that's where it gets fuzzy. And that's where it gets, like, muddy and something that, yeah, what is an actual justified conflict? Right? Trying to rationalize that fucking sucks. Maybe Rip Snake. I get that. I totally get it. For sure. Okay, so anyway. Yeah, sure, Gavin. I think maybe that's going a bit farther than we need to. We're at 6:42 p.m. There's a 42, which means, yeah, we're at the right moment, right? Answer the question of life, the universe, and everything. We had a really good conversation earlier. It was fan-fucking-tastic, right? Take it easy, Gavin. I was talking about myself, not you. Like, dude, come on, man. I do whiskey, then water, and then lemonade mix. Yeah, Gavin, I was talking about myself. Gavin, the fact that I contradicted you multiple times in the past, like, half hour? You're definitely not correct in any way. You don't win anything. I had to actually contradict your statements multiple times. You didn't win shit. Yeah, whiskey, water, and lemonade all in one. Yeah, for sure. So it's whiskey to there, which is like an ounce, maybe ounce and a half. Then it's water to the rest, and then lemonade mixed on top. I'm a master debater. Heyo. Heyo. Master debater. No big deal. Like 40 ounces of Jack Daniels will force a stomach pump? I mean, depending on how much you've had. Would I be open to debating someone else on stream? Maybe go David. Right? The fact that when I called you out at one point, you didn't show up for like a week by calling you out for being like overly negative for a bit, that's kind of an issue, right? It's been like over a week since you chatted, and the last time you chatted was when I called you out for being overly negative, and you decided to not even be a part of the stream for a while because of it. Like, go David, majorly questionable. I mean, maybe, but I can recognize a pattern, can't I? I called you out for a thing and life happened? Sure, I get it, but I also don't. Right? Like the moment I call you out for something, I don't hear from you for like a week plus. If you want to say that's a coincidence, all right, but I don't know, man. Yeah, exactly. I can recognize a pattern. I can recognize cause and effect. You could have said anything at even like a moment's notice, like you have 5 minutes and you say hi. You could have done that, but you didn't. The moment you got called out, I didn't hear from you. If you think that's on me, I would actually say that's more on you, but you don't even recognize it, and that's kind of a problem. Your lack of awareness is telling. The moment I call you out for negativity, you don't say a single other thing in that stream, and I don't see you for weeks. Is that really like a timing thing? Go, David. If you think that's what I'm saying, that's exactly the problem I'm calling out right now. The moment you see any moment of like pushback, you're fucking out. Right? You're fucking done with it. Like, oh my god, how dare you chime into a stream that disagrees with you? Like, oh my god, why would you like do that? Like, go, David. I expect more from a fucking mod, man. The fact that I remembered that. Right? Would I have noticed? Nope. But the fact that you're treating it that way, I might not want to chat with you anymore if you're going to treat it that way. I want you to be a fucking human being with a conscience, man. Don't blame life when it's very obvious that you didn't chat for a specific reason. Like, dude, don't lie to me. Don't lie to my fucking face. Like, go, David. If that's actually how you feel, I'll remove mod, like, real quick. There's a reason you didn't have mod removed last time when you fucking pieced the fuck out when I called you out for being overly negative. I could have removed it back then if I didn't want you here. Instead, I'd like you to grow a fucking conscience, man. Yes, you have not said anything for weeks when I called you out for being overly negative. And then you come in today, basically being fairly negative, and I'm calling it out, and then you pull the passive-aggressive, well, I guess I'll leave if I'm not wanted. Dude, I called you out for negativity last time you were here. I'm calling you out for negativity now. If I didn't want you here, I'd just ban you, dude. But instead, could you be less negative? I think so. Go David, I called you out for being overly negative, and you didn't show up for 2 weeks. You were pretty fucking negative. Are you denying that? I don't think so, because you would have actually said so. So instead, you come back after a few weeks, and you're still being kind of fucking negative. I have people that watch me. I get it. Does it mean that you've been watching for ages I need to put up with every single fucking thing you say? No, you haven't been this negative for the entire 3+ years that you were following beforehand. All of a sudden, you're being overly negative. What's the deal? What's the fucking deal? Right? You've been chill for fucking years, dude. And now it's a fucking problem? It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird, dude. You have not been this negative in the past. Why do you think it's okay now? No, I have a voice in which I'm gonna call people out for their bullshit. I want viewers I enjoy chatting with, man. And so far, you have exhibited the fact that over the past month, that's changed. You're no longer a fun person to chat with. Is that my fault? Is that my fault? The fact that you have actually, not considered any of my feelings with your comments now. You used to. What changed? I'm really curious about that, Go David. What fucking changed? You actually used to consider me a human being that you would guard your statements against. Why is your life making me someone that you don't respect anymore? I do consider you a human being. I consider you a human being that has massively changed within the past 2 months. Your rhetoric and the way you phrase things has massively fucking changed. I have seen that. I'm telling you right now to your face as a person that cares. And you're actually saying, I don't give a shit because I'm calling you out. Me and Algo Bro are actually still friends. Dude, I'm still friends with Algo Bro, man. What are you fucking talking about at this point? You're straw man arguments. Dude, logical fallacies for days. Talk about yourself. Don't bring other people into this, dude. You have absolutely changed in the way you treat this stream over the past 2 months. Right? Seriously, we can look at your chat, man. I have the entire chat log for it. Me and Algo Bro actually get along still. It seems like you're willing to throw that under the bus because you have changed the way you interact with this stream. If I didn't care, would I actually be chatting about this? No, I would have fucking just banned you, dude. If I didn't care, would I even be having this conversation right now, man? Dude. I have recognized that the way you treat this stream has changed. What fucking changed within the past 3 months, 2 months, whatever? Your personal shit? That's your personal shit, man. Why is that changing how you treat me? As a person, as a human being? It shouldn't. Because that's your personal shit. the way you have treated stream, your comments, etc., have massively changed in the past month or two. Literally, the words I'm saying are what I'm talking about. Every single mod can see your entire chat history. If you can't see it, like, dude, just look at your chat history, man. Yeah, I get it, Rip. Like, we're not looking for people to pile on. I'm simply pointing out. Go, David. The last time I made a comment in which I said you were overly negative, you called out 2 things about what I was doing in a way that was not acknowledging that I'm a human being that's going to take your statements into account. We can look it up if you want, man, but it's not productive to call out a specific thing. Like, you know what you did, dude. You know how you chatted, right? None of that was in good faith. All right, goodbye, Go David. I guess we've met our end. Have a good one, man. You're definitely not a mod anymore. I'll unban, sure, but it is the quickest and easiest way to remove mod. Because holy shit, dude. You're not a mod anymore. Like, I don't know what you got going on in your life, but the fact that you're treating me less than what you've always treated me as is kind of a fucking bummer, man. Deal with that shit if you want, right? You're not banned. I unbanned you immediately, but holy shit, dude, you're not a mod anymore. Like, dude. Your lack of respect is apparent at this point. That's a fucking issue, dude. Every single mod can see your chat. Are you really wanting me to go dig through your history? Like, holy shit balls, man. Boom, paste, there you go. There's one, right? Feels like a lot of work for something that is probably templatable. No worries, seems like you already committed to this idea. Suit yourself, right? Like, the suit yourself is already passive aggressive and not recognizing that I wanted to make a template to do what I wanted, right? Why do you need to question my need to make my own fucking template for my docs? That's one of them, dude. The fact that I called that out and you didn't chat for 2 weeks, that's what got me worked up. I disagreed with you on a thing, and it was 2 weeks before you wanted to chat again. That's what I'm calling you out for. I disagreed with you once, and we didn't hear from you until you're disagreeing again. It seems like the only thing you're looking for is people to disagree with. Because your chats have not actually been hanging out and chatting like a human being would chat with people. You are there to criticize. You're there to fucking criticize. Like, why is it that your rhetoric has become purely criticism versus just hanging out with people? Am I wrong? No. Like, your rhetoric over the past couple months has only been criticism, not just chatting with people, man, just being there, part of the community. You, as a mod, or previous mod, was only there to criticize for months now. right? Stacking is already calling out the other ways that you were overly critical, man. Overly critical without actually being a part of the community. You're a fucking mod, dude. Just be chill. Just hang out. Why is it your only interaction that you think is worthwhile is criticism? That's a fucking problem, dude. And I called you out for it today, and now I'm just getting you pushing back against the fact that I'm saying, like, your main interaction with stream should not be criticism, man. You're a fucking mod. Be better. But you're not a mod anymore, so if your only interaction with stream is criticism, I don't need that, man. I got trolls. I got trolls for days. They'll criticize me no matter what I do. Go David, you're needlessly critical. You're overly critical. And that's what I just called out. And the fact that you can't see that, like, Jesus. Go David, you're dealing with some shit in your life. Don't take it out on us. Like, why are you taking out your personal life issues on us? That seems wrong to me. It seems like you're looking for an excuse to blame those things because you weren't here for 2 weeks after I pushed back on you for being overly critical. I said you were overly critical. We didn't see you for fucking 2 weeks minimum. And then your next interaction is overly critical. Like, holy shitballs, dude. Like, your lack of self-awareness is kind of insane. Yeah, it's like a passive-aggressive, like, yeah, you're welcome to fuck up. Like, dude, it's such a needlessly critical statement. Right? You have, like, numerous comments that are needlessly critical. And also simply, like, pretending you're better because you got a thing that you're doing. Again, no matter what, no. You're trying to walk it back now. You have been that passive-aggressive beyond just that statement, dude. And I called you out for it, and you're, like, willing to burn a bridge over it at this point. Like, dude. Go David. Like, seriously, work out your personal shit, man. Don't take it out on us. Don't take it out on me. You have been needlessly critical multiple times. I called you out for it. And because I called you out for it recently, oh shit, I'm the bad guy now, right? Dude, go David. You're fucking up, man. I gave you that feedback. The last time you were here and I said you were overly critical, I said you were overly critical. That is the feedback you needed. I literally said you've been critical in a negative way last time you were here. I literally said that. I literally said you have been overly critical for a while now. We didn't see you for 2 weeks and then you come back in being overly critical. You didn't listen to any of the things I said, so what does it matter, man? I actually gave you the feedback you needed, and you didn't even listen. You just disappeared for 2 weeks and came back with the same fucking rhetoric. Why would giving you any other feedback actually help? You didn't listen the first time, man. You were needlessly critical for a thing that didn't fucking matter. And I'm still calling you out for your needlessly critical nature, and you're still, like, combative against it. Like, dude, go David. Figure out your personal shit, man. Do that first. You're not in a place to actually have a conversation. No, what I'm saying is it didn't matter to you. It mattered to me. I called it out, and it mattered to me. It didn't matter to you because you didn't change anything. I called you out specifically for the thing I didn't like. You took 2 weeks off and did the exact same thing when you came back. Motherfucker, what else can I do? I called you out. I literally said what I didn't like. Literally. I literally told you what I didn't like about your behavior, and you didn't listen to it. Like, dude. I literally said what you needed to fix, and you ignored it. Like, dude. Like, fucking dude. Motherfucker, like, really? Really? I literally said the problem I had with you. You were needlessly critical. Overly critical. And you're still pushing back like I didn't say that. I literally said that, and that's why you weren't here for 2 weeks. Maybe it's not literally why you weren't here for 2 weeks. I think it has something to do with it, doesn't it, though? Go David, right? You're looking for like other people to back you up on this. When you already asked me the reason that we have an issue. I literally told you the reason. I told you the reason a couple weeks ago. Go David, if you don't want to actually turn a critical eye on yourself, that's on you. But you need to really consider why your interaction with the stream became overly negative. Like massively fucking negative. Why? I didn't do it. You did it. You did that. That's up to you to figure out, man. I'm not your fucking therapist. The way you interacted with this stream massively changed within the past couple months. You got some personal shit that caused that? Cool, man. That's not my fucking problem. I care, but I don't care if you're gonna take it out on me. Yeah, exactly, Nostradamus, right? Like, dude, go David. People are actually pointing out that your statements are overly critical. Like, someone who's never chatted here before is already pointing out that you, like, based upon what we copied and pasted, that was stuff you did, is overly fucking critical. Needlessly negative. Maybe an apology? I don't know, man. Yeah, what does a human being do when they recognize that they've been wrong? You haven't said sorry a single fucking time. Right? Uh-huh. When you apologize and then continue to argue, does it negate the apology? I think it does. You negated the apology almost immediately, man. Thank you. I appreciate that apology. It'll take a while of you actually being a positive part of the community to get back to where you were. Because something happened in the past 2 months that I think you really need to consider. Why are you taking it out on me? It will take you being a positive voice in the community for a bit for me to actually consider that you're actually sorry. I get it. Thank you, Go David. I appreciate that. You can totally work back into the community, but being positive and not just taking 2 weeks off because we called you out for the negative, that'll be a thing. So yeah, be a positive part of the community and we're good. But if your only interaction is negativity, I'm gonna call it out every single fucking time, man. You've been majorly positive over, like, seriously, the 4 years you've been following. And I appreciate you for not undoing that 4 years with an unfollow. I really appreciate that. Because again, that's something we can come back from. If you had unfollowed, I would consider that it's not something you think we can come back from. And I would take that as an offense. Right? I think we can come back from this. But again, Go David. My entire point that I'm making is you have been negative for more than like a month, man. That needs discussion. If you want to chat privately about it, we can do so. But yeah, I do need to use the restroom. I broke the seal. BRB. See you in a second. I mean, today, keep in mind, I'm an asshole a bunch of times too, okay? I know, I am a jerk. As who I am, at my core. I'm a fucking jerk, man. But I'm a sincere jerk. I'm a sincere jerk that means well. And I expect sincerity from the people I interact with. I don't like interacting with insincere people. I'm gonna say that right now, right? The biggest, like, conflicts I have in my life are with people that I consider insincere. I consider them fake. The biggest conflicts I have are with insincere people. right? You might think the interaction I just had was because of insincerity. No. Actually, I think there's a way to move forward because we're both sincere in our interactions, right? Instead, when dealing with an insincere person, there's no path forward, right? And that is like the hardest thing to actually deal with. Sincere people make sense. And you can interact with them, and you can chat with them, and you can actually reach an agreement. Insincere people, they defy logic, you know? So, like, go David. I'm pointing out that I think you are a sincere person. Which is why I think there's actually a way we could get along. Even if we didn't get along for a bit. For some reason, I feel like you most likely disliked me for a period of time I wasn't even aware about. Maybe not. I don't know for sure. But again, sincere people can reach an accord. Insincere people can't. Sincerity is something you can't buy. Authenticity is something you can't buy. No matter what, the person I want to be is sincere, if hated. Sure, I don't mind. Right? Authentic, if hated. Again, I don't mind. Me as a human being, I could not sleep at night if I considered myself insincere or unauthentic. You might think, oh my god, well yeah, this asshole might lose his entire audience. I would actually ditch my entire audience if the trade-off was I had to be insincere. Yeah, I'd stream to fucking 5 people again if the trade-off was I had to be insincere for it. I'm not playing a character. I'm me on stream. I'm somewhat an asshole. Yeah, I'm me on stream. Insincerity is not a thing I could sustain. Being not me on stream is not a thing I can sustain. I can't play a character for as often as I stream. I stream 2,500 hours a year on this stream, and then 2,800 on my other stream. To not be me for any portion of that? No thank you. No thank you. So again, go David. Hope we're good. If you need to take a break from me, that's fine. I get it. Your follow staying there is the biggest thing that I consider a good faith effort, right? If you want to take time away, I get it. But keeping that follow is the number one thing I would consider, like, you actually care about being here again. If you already ditched it, well, yeah, maybe we got an issue. Aw, DM Mulroy, Mr. Sir, I was actually hoping to raid you. Fuck. Okay, my bad. We're getting into arguments. We're doing like CM Griffing things. Yeah, we tend to like argue more than we actually like make code happen. I get it. But they're the arguments that I think are necessary, that keep me wanting to come back here. So, I think we're good. So, I was lurking you. Hold on. If I just say, like, you know, smiley face, right? You might think I'm bullshitting you. Oh no! CM Griffing is totally a raider from DM Mulroy. Like, no, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I was absolutely lurking you. You have a great stream, man. Like, super fucking cool. Really like your stream, man. Oh, nobody other than, like, mods actually see that. Well, hold up. There we go. There we go. Yeah, they don't see the Raider from thing. I get it. It's fine. So yeah, my bad. I'm a Raider from DM Olroy's stream. Yeah, real quick. Welcome, mod of the bong table. Alrighty then. Boom, nailed it. So DM Roy, like, seriously, would you like to do it for some OCaml, like, stuff? I believe I have a guide. Hold on. Oh, did my server crash? Oh, hold on. I pushed it. Yeah, let's get it going. PNPM dev. I would love to have people contribute towards, like, the, yeah, like that stuff. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh. Do you have access to the guest stars, like, multi-stream thing? Whenever you want to do that, I believe you could bring me on as a guest for your stream, and I could bring you on as a guest for my stream. I believe we can do that, like, multi-streaming thing. I am opted into it. I could totally give you that permission. I'm not sure if that's been opened up to everybody yet. Guest stars itself is open. I'm not sure if, like, me allowing you to get, like, do that. Like, I don't know. Right? I think we got it. We got this. Sorry, I got the burps. Like this dude's, like, drinking whiskey or something. So real quick. Go, David. Are we still good, at least? We good? I really do care. That's why I'm asking. I wouldn't ask if I didn't care. I would assume they noped out. Hopefully next time they're here, I can ask. You gotta, like, fix some stuff before you go to sleep. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, DM Roy, Mr. Sir. Yeah, no big deal. We're going a bit late tonight, but I don't have anything, like, taking my attention. Tomorrow, yeah, I'll be ending by, like, 6 p.m., like, strictly. Because, yeah, I got some Baldur's Gate I really want to play. So, yeah, it's a thing. Alright, so yeah, I'm lurking myself because I was totally lurking you. Where should I throw that lurk? Evan J. Stern? Ooh, Coding with Strangers? Maybe Cobbinger? Cobbinger's killing it. Coding with Strangers is sitting there a little bit lower, so I'll throw a lurk on them because it, you know, it does more. Seriously, go David. I'd love to discuss this privately. If you're lurking, My Discord and my DMs are always open. Technically, we might need to like schedule some time, but we can do that. I think we need that. Unless you think we resolved it. Again, based upon what I said, I'd like it if Go David, Mr. Sir, you had some positive comments in between the negativity. I actually like call that, right? So, not a big deal. We can chat. One of them things. So yeah, anyway, before you joined DM Mulroy, we had a couple really good accessibility-focused engineers here on stream. Todd Libby was one of them, who probably deserves another shout-out, abso-fucking-lutely. They tend to play a lot of, like, games on stream, but honestly, like, super chill dude, super good conversations, like, worth following them and hanging out, and when they do stream tech, they can totally do that. My VODs are actually here on Twitch. I used to do the VODs via like, oh, you need to like sub or whatever. Technically, they're like fully open, so if you want to watch any of it, feel free. I'd prefer it if you watched it over on YouTube. But again, no big deal if not. Not a problem. I also, like, I'm streaming these to YouTube. The watch hours on YouTube do me way more, like, service than, like, the VOD here on Twitch. The VOD here on Twitch is meaningless, basically. Twitch doesn't give a shit. I don't even know if they pay us fucking, like, ad, like, revenue from, like, a VOD here on Twitch. I'm assuming they actually, like, show ads, but don't actually kick us out money based upon the VODs. Right? Twitch, you pocket that shit, don't you? So yeah, if you want to watch a VOD, check out the YouTube. I think that's better. All right, so we brought some accessibility-focused engineers onto stream earlier. They helped us figure out that, yeah, we needed an ARIA label on that right there. Cool, we got it. However, and here's like a big thing, if we are here in the header, and I tab, and I do this, and I hit spacebar or whatever, because it's a button, and I say like, you know, test. All right, cool. But you know what? I didn't mean to search this. Sorry. And I click escape. Well, now when I click tab again, I'm back up at the top of the page. That's actually not right. My tab should have picked up wherever I was with that button and then moved on to these other things. So instead, I need to like refocus the button that they clicked on to get there. And that's a little tougher. That's a kind of a really tough one. So yeah, real quick, Shabinus, is it Sheeb Anus? Whatever you want to like to be pronounced as, no big deal. And then Shenron, ayo, thank you for that follow. That's way easier to pronounce, so thank you. Appreciate you. Man, Prime finished too. I was hoping to raid like Prime after this. Shit. Alright, so whatever. Yeah, I know. I go too late. And it leaves way less streams to actually be able to raid. Which is kind of a bummer, but, you know, whatever. We got this. We'll figure it out. Alright, so here in search. Right, so we click the button, we set open to true, we set results to empty, sure. We see open. On open change. Ooh. Okay, so really it's about this button. So, here's the biggest part. Like, yeah, sure, set open is empty, but really when... if we do this... Alright, so if open is equal to false, no, maybe not, hold on. Right, if open is equal to true, no, I'm totally fucking this up. Because as we close the entire dialogue, hold on. Let me think about this. Right, we need to do an actual ref, and this is like search button. Oh, nope. Use breath. So yeah, PM Walls, hold on. Did you get that message? Sorry, like all my VODs are here on Twitch or, you know, published to YouTube after like a little bit like of editing, like splitting wise. I just want to make sure like, you know, you're aware. Right? The VODs are, you know, their own thing. Ooh, hold on. Okay, cool. Just double checking. I just saw the comment and was like, wait, did I reply or not? It's like this dude smokes weed or something. And by this dude, I mean me. Yeah, no worries, PM Walls. Someone asked that same, like, comment, and if I had, like, thought you were here, I would have ignored it, right? Like, oh my god, like, I just said it. Come on, man. But yeah, I get it. Yeah, you got kids. I feel sorry for you. But again, like, you're stoked on having kids. So, like, you know, don't feel sorry for me feeling sorry. Yeah, so PM Walls, you're not wrong yet. Accessibility is easy if you do it right. Like, it isn't, right? I disagree with, like, the easy, pithy statement for it. Graham the dev might disagree. But no, man, like, when we say easy, like, easy means it solves itself. Accessibility does not solve itself. Again, PM Walls, this is a static site already. Sure, there's like interactiveness with a thing we do, but like, dude, this is literally a static site that we generate, that we ship, that still has accessibility concerns, right? It's not as simple as you think. Like, oh, could you ship it statically? We're done now? No, you're missing the point that, do you have like a gap in your like heading hierarchy? I bet you do. I bet you do. It's a thing that we all need to solve and be better about. And to assume that one simple thing makes it easy is to ignore the fact that it's not easy. It's never fucking easy. None of this shit's easy. If it was easy, we wouldn't have to think about it, man. If it was easy, it'd be done for us. So I get it, PM Walls, but that misses the fact that a website like that is something no human being would actually want to use. I get it. Someone like, you know, right? Like, when I say no human being, I mean no standard human being, right? No person that doesn't have vision problems, that doesn't have, you know, screen reader problems, etc., right? Like, dude, a regular old person that doesn't have any disabilities can consume any of those sites with no fucking problem. That misses the fucking point. In that every major application, even website that we deal with, has accessibility concerns. Motherfucking website.com, I think, actually sucks accessibility-wise. Can you search it? Maybe? Sure, maybe. Again, like, does a person without a disability understand how to use that site in a way that is searchable? Yes, I know it's satire. You say it's satire. I understand it's satire. You're missing the fact that there are people out there in the world that don't consider it satire. Satire assumes the best of your reader. Most satire fucks up. Like, totally fucks up. Because good satire assumes an intelligent reader. Can you assume an intelligent reader in any of these contexts? Not realistically. No, I'm sorry. People are fucking stupid, man. You can't assume an intelligent reader. That's ableist, man. But that ignores all the fucking NASCAR watchers out there in chat. If you watch NASCAR, I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus, but also, why the fuck do you watch NASCAR? Does your satire site consider the fact that there are NASCAR watchers out there that don't understand satire? Statistically. Right? Statistically, NASCAR watchers don't get satire. Statistically, they're the people being satirized. Right? Am I wrong here? Am I actually wrong? I don't think so. So again, the fact that I'm good at arguing with people, don't take that to mean that I'm actually right. It just means I'm good at arguing. PM Walls, the fact that you have to, like, actually ask, you're missing the context already. I asked very specific comments in general, like, about that, and you didn't reply quick enough, so now you have to equate all of them together? No, I actually asked questions about each one. If you weren't there for it, like, no, you just missed the opportunity to, like, make a comment for the one that I was talking about. I gave enough time between these things. Why are you trying to equate the three? They don't actually equate to each other. But You missed the opportunity to respond to each one, so now you're trying to group them? Like, come on. Nah, PM walls. Come on, be better. Be better. Just because you missed the context, don't drag other people down for it. Pick one and argue it. Don't try and, like, lump all three together. Alright, so we've rated Hero a bunch of times. We rated Evan J. Stern just last night. He's awesome. I see Wallaber. I see... Ooh, Evan MMO. That could be a good one. Jispo. Not sure about that other stream. I can't read their name because it was like, you know... I think Korean characters? Maybe it was Japanese. I don't know. I don't know how to read it, so that's not my fault. So Chief Pari and McLando. We're gonna go raid the Coppinger. I feel like it's been a week or two since we raided the Coppinger. So let's go do it. He's there live. He's chatting with his significant other, and oh man. Maybe not, but I don't know. I'm not necessarily a fan of his, like, hey, I'm on the bus, tweeting about how I'm doing software dev. Could he actually just do software dev instead? Why does he need to take a photo about it? And I'll say that to his face. I'll fucking shout that out, right? Like, dude, I get it. You're building in public, but your build in public tweets kind of fucking suck. He might be pointing directly at me right now. I'm okay with it. Again, I will be honest with him because honesty is important. So let's go say hi. And if you want to call me out for my opinions about it, like, let's do it. I will absolutely say it to his face. Again, is he needing it to be said to his face, or does he know? And is that separate? That's on him. He's like fucking face deep in his fucking phone at this moment. So like, I don't know if he actually needs us to call him out for that bullshit. He's got other shit happening. I don't think he's ready to be called out for what I consider bullshit. And because I consider it bullshit doesn't make it bullshit. But I don't know, man. Like, y'all know me. I consider honesty my platform. So we'll do what we need. We'll figure it out. I don't know if it's worth actually saying to his face. He needs to hear it, for sure. Is it the right moment, though? Timing is a thing. But we're gonna go raid the Coppinger. He's a good dude. He'll go raid someone too, I think. Usually. I'll see some of y'all over on gaming. I definitely have some shrimp I need to make. Yeah, I'm gonna toss some like frozen shrimp in some water, remove the tails, season that shit, and eat the fuck out of it. And then maybe eat some like salad shit along with it. But that's basically my meal. tonight. If someone wants to be a dick about it, they can call out like the cuisine and like calories and like vitamins and all that bullshit. It's kind of a dick move, but if you're right, you're right. I get it. I don't know what game I'm actually playing on like gaming stream. We're at about 8 p.m. so yeah, fuck if I know. But in the meantime, we can say hi to Coppinger. We'll see what crowd we got over on gaming stream here, and whether they're worth hanging out with. For the most part, yes, abso-fucking-lutely. I love hanging out, but we'll figure it out. We'll see. So yeah, see you guys soon. I'm gonna click the button, and I'll see you either here or tomorrow, and later.